Welcome everyone. Please take your seats as we are about to begin the first session of today. The first session is called International Collaboration Towards Sustainable Space Traffic, and please join me in welcoming Renato Carpun, head of the Swiss Space Office.
So, good morning. I'm Renato Carpun, head of the Swiss Space Office, and it's a distinct pleasure to open this global networking forum on international cooperation towards safe and sustainable space traffic. First of all, I'd like to start and to thank the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs, which has been sponsoring this event, and in particular, Natalia Arschinar. Unfortunately, she could not be here today for organizing the round table. This topic is of critical importance, and I'm delighted to be later on joined by such a distinguished panel, and Clay will lead the panel later on to explore this topic together. But first, let me start introducing you to some Swiss point of views regarding space traffic. Let's start by taking stock of the environment we're operating in. We're on track to see up to 100,000 satellites, active satellites in orbit within the next decade. This includes mega constellations, this includes LEO platforms, this includes also increasing military activity in space, all contributing to a decongestion or a potential future congestion in space. Global tracking systems today monitor over 54,000 objects. They are larger than 10 centimeters, and there are millions of smaller fragments that pose serious risks to missions. Remember the Iridium Cosmos collision in 2009? That's a very good reminder of how an event such as this one can trigger a cloud of new debris, and one of the steps you see in this chart is actually the collision which happens in 2009. As we all aware, if such collisions continue to happen, we have a risk of a runaway or cascading effect, which is also known as the Kessler effect. Now, space traffic management today relies heavily on voluntary coordination and fragmented standards. We have thousands of satellites which are maneuvering today, daily, and many more to come as we see the new launcher generation coming up. In fact, today we already estimate there are roughly 140, roughly big numbers, 140 million debris objects which are between 1 millimeter and 1 centimeter, and they're not measurable and can be potentially devastating. So space is no longer vast and empty. It's a shared fragile environment. And let me show a nice example, or not so nice example, what can happen. On August 23rd, 2016, ESA Sentinel-1 mission actually experienced a very sudden power drop on one of its solar arrays. The satellite orientation and its orbit shifted slightly, and ESA took a picture from the solar panels. Actually, it was a Swiss-made camera as a little detail, and they revealed actually this small but not unimportant damage to the solar wing. This is an impact of a 1 millimeter type of object. So imagine a 1 centimeter object hitting the solar panels, what size and what damage could have happened. So it underscores that the smallest object can create problems, and the design decisions industry and university take when they build satellites in the future can have a big impact. The same goes for launch systems as well as large constellations. And of course, not to mention, it's a big risk for human spaceflight. This is why Swiss space policy and the upcoming space legislation emphasize on sustainability. One of our guiding principles and part of the space policy is that Switzerland endeavors in space will enable future generations to benefit fully from opportunities provided by space activities. We did not mention directly sustainability because we believe we have to find a compromise between economic opportunity, on the other hand, also in terms of sustainable operations in space. So it's a question of balancing short-term and long-term opportunities for our society. So of course, we want to benefit immediately from the opportunity space gives, but also we have to make sure that in the long term, space remains an area where we can operate. Here in the image, you can see a very nice picture of the observatory in Zimmerwald of the University of Bern, where optical space situational awareness and space debris research is conducted. I'm actually very pleased to have Professor Thomas Schildknecht on the panel later on. He has operated this observatory for many, many years. Now, another activity we're also doing together with the European Space Agency, where we pushed for this kind of activity within ESA Council, is the activity regarding active debris removal. In this particular example, we have the ClearSpace 1 mission, which has as goal to recover the Proba-1 satellite, which is an ESA-owned asset. Now, how do we avoid that space becomes a tragedy of the commons? So our generation's legacy in space will certainly not be measured by how many satellites we send up there and how much data we transmitted, but whether we ensured that space could serve humanity safely and sustainable for the centuries to come. In a sense, we have a prisoner's dilemma at the moment, and as you may recall, it's from game theory. The prisoner's dilemma describes a situation where two or more parties face the choice between cooperating for group benefit or acting independently for personal advantages. Well, cooperation would result in a collectively optimal outcome, but because each party is incentivized to defect and safeguard its own interest, the group ends up worse off as if everybody chooses to cooperate. And this is a bit the situation we see. This makes, of course, we should choose cooperation. We have to build frameworks, share the data, adopt the standards, and foster the trust that space traffic safety requires, because in the end, the sustainability of space activities is inseparable from the sustainability of life on Earth. Though this interdependence makes collaboration not just optional, but it's an essential thing we have to strive for in the future. Here are some key reasons why. First of all, transparency and trust. Without common standards and shared data, we cannot conduct accurate collision avoidance. And the question of standard setting, just as air traffic relies today on ICAO standards and coordination, so too must space traffic converge around baseline expectations in the future. What is responsible maneuvering, data sharing, proximity operations, and so on? These are the questions we have to address. And of course, risk management, be collectively prepared, and international coordination will certainly be necessary because one nation alone cannot do it. Now, international cooperation and coordination are therefore not merely about efficiency. They are about to ensure the safe future for all who depend on space-based services, from navigation, climate monitoring, financial transactions, emergency response, and so on. As you all know, the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, UNCOPUS, plays a fundamental role in ensuring dialogue and in developing the global instruments of space government, and it's something we encourage very strongly. So it's our shared responsibility to make sure, once again, that our generations, the future generations, can benefit fully from space. Now, let me close with, when we look, at Earth, we know it's a small planet. If the farther you go, you don't need to go very far, and becomes very quickly a very small blue dot. We see no borders. It's a fragile planet, and the same also applies to our orbits. We don't have too many of them. We have to take care of them and make sure that we don't just see the short-term advantages, but also safeguard it for the future. So I look forward to hearing the thoughts of the panel on how to overcome the current dilemma and to find solutions for the future. And I will hand over to Raul. He will present our intention to bid for the IAC 2029, and I think the topic is very fitting because Geneva is a suggestion, a place where we have a lot of international organizations, which also is very fitting to what we need in the future. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Renato, for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. So take this as a small advertising this morning. Advertising session, my speech, 5 minutes. And I'm really excited to be here with you at the GNF to start to communicate our plan. Our intention is to promote Geneva as the best candidate for IAC 29. I know Clay doesn't like to hear that, but it's always competition around. It's okay. It's a kind of sustainability as well, and continuation of IAC in the world. So we have to ensure that the future is also set in a bigger frame. So my name is Raul Keller. I'm a representative of the space industry in Switzerland. It's the largest non-government tech industry association in Switzerland. I know people think about Switzerland. The images are familiar: mountains, lakes, as you can see there on the slides, chocolate, cheese, and all the expensive watches which we talked in the session before. All of that is true. You know, it's fantastic. We love it, and we are proud of it as well. I must say so. But Switzerland is much more. Due to the small size of the country, we are like a syrup. Like a concentrate of world-class education and science. ETH Zurich, Uni Bern, EPFL Lausanne ranks among the very best in physics, astronomy, and engineering. The University of Geneva is globally recognized in space and planetary science. Geneva is home to CERN, where humanity looks deeper into the fabric of the universe than everywhere else in the world. So we are a concentrate of industry and technology. Swiss suppliers may be small and medium in size, but they shape global markets. Of course, we can't compete in absolute numbers because Switzerland is still what Switzerland is, small. But what we really count is impact. Swiss industrial companies are seen as a reliable technology partner in many solutions. But Switzerland is not just about technology. We are a concentrate of global connectivity. Geneva is unique in the world, a city where science, policy, and diplomacy live side by side. The city alone hosts more than 180 international organizations, making Switzerland a bridge builder in diplomacy, policy, and humanitarian action. The strongest space user, obviously, is WHO and ITU to promote satellite application for health emergencies and global communication standards. UNHCR employs satellite mapping to monitor refugee camps, track deforestation around the camps, and plan logistics and humanitarian aid. In Geneva, there is also a major branch of international disarmament and security diplomacy, and here too, space industry is directly relevant. Why not to think about the strategy together with IAF on how to include some of them in the Congress? Because these are our multiplayer. These tell our stories and their users and the community, to the community around the globe. But it's also about dialogue, inclusiveness. Geneva hosts the representation of 193 UN member countries, plus observers. They all rely on Switzerland's long tradition of neutrality, inclusiveness, and openness. That is the part and DNA. We listen, we connect, and we build bridges. Geneva is home of truly international population. Nearly half of its residents are being foreign nationals and offer a cosmopolitan lifestyle in a multilingual environment where French, English, and many other languages are spoken. So attending a congress in Switzerland is relatively straightforward. And that is exactly what we believe that the global space community needs to reconvene at an international hub without any hassle. If we want to move forward in space technology, we need young people. And it's also the secret in Switzerland. We need young people who are curious and ready to learn. I'm not always saying university level. It is the vocational education training which gives them hands-on skills to build, test, and operate the advanced systems we need. At the same time, it's our job to fascinate the youth, to show them that space is not only rockets and astronauts and exciting jobs but they are creating exciting jobs in engineering, electronics, software, and manufacturing. That is a unique opportunity to discuss it in Geneva because Switzerland is a role model with one of the very best VET systems and a strong, dedicated industry. Believe me, we know how to connect training and innovation. So, let me close that. It's not only lakes, mountains, chocolate, open bank accounts. It's just remember what we truly are. A small country with a big impact. Geneva offers a unique congress experience that is compact and efficient. Palais Expo is directly at the airport. You step off the plane and you're already at the venue, so you have enough time, a convenient time, to explore the city, the lakeside, the mountains, and a variety of technical visits, for example, the CERN. The city is safe, neutral, an accessible place where all nations are welcome. We will fully align with the values of IAF and together with you and the next generation of space professionals. So, dear members and guests of the GNF, my call to you is simple. Support Geneva, bid for 29. Thank you very much.
This is an image film about Switzerland, featuring our greatest achievements, showing you that we are pretty awesome, showing the world that we can achieve incredible stuff. Let's be honest. You already know what Switzerland looks like. That is, if you can find it. We're not exactly the largest country in the world. Nor do we have the largest cities, the tallest buildings, or the most numerous population. We did, however, learn how to make the best out of it. When we started taking our first steps, we figured out how to use the stuff other countries brought to us. We became pioneers in the production of textiles, engineering, railway construction, or the art of making fine chocolate. Since we don't have any natural resources or access to the ocean, we had to learn how to build and nurture things that last. To tame our wild country and meet our neighbors, we had to build bridges, tunnels, and serpentines. We had to be more innovative, precise, and inventive. In order to become useful to others, we had to become craftsmen. So this being an image film about Switzerland, about our greatest achievements, it's time we put them on display. We built the longest train tunnel in the world, on budget and on time. We created a regular interval timetable, reaching even the most remote stations approximately every 15 minutes. We invented turbines, creating energy out of water, even combining nature's energy sources, inspiring visions of electromobility. We built devices, removing CO2 from the air and storing it safely in the ground. We made the wind work for a sustainable future. However, this time we wanted to shift the focus from our achievements to the know-how we have gained from them. The know-how we gained through our schools, our apprenticeships, and the world's top leading universities. It is this know-how that helps you build your projects. On time, on budget. Projects that last. And that is, to be honest, what we really have achieved. So let us have an honest conversation about your project. Contact Team Switzerland now.
Ja, guten Tag, wie geht's? Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the beautiful setup and video. It's fantastic. I'm Clay Morey. I'm president of the International Astronautical Federation, but I'm also the CEO of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, which is the largest U.S. engineering society dedicated to aerospace with about 30,000 members. We're a longtime member of the IAF, and we work with a lot of the technical committees here on producing content for this event. And by the way, I'm super happy that Switzerland is competing for the bid. I own the watch, I eat the chocolate, I even use the corkscrew in the knife when I need to. So it's a good and healthy competition that we have lots of bidders. We have 3 excellent bidders for 28 as well. And I think we'll be bidding as well, AIAA for 29, so we look forward to it. It was interesting in the setup, Renato, you mentioned Kessler. And in fact, in Aerospace America, which is the magazine that AIAA publishes, and you're welcome to go and look up the article, we actually did an interview with Kessler just this month. It came out on the 22nd of September, and this famous Kessler syndrome. So I encourage all of you, if you're interested in space traffic management, to read this. It's a short one, so it's easy to look at. Well, I have an amazing panel here today to talk about this important topic. I'm not going to go through and repeat a number of the statistics that were out there, but I think it was a fantastic setup, in fact, for this discussion. The only thing I'll add is that, to some of those statistics is we're seeing a huge increase in launches now of these mega constellations. Incredible, we say the hockey stick in the US, right? We have this hockey stick curve, and we've seen an amazing amount of increase in traffic and launches associated with these mega constellations that's going on. And so it is getting much more crowded, much faster. And so this is such an important topic that we think about now, and one when I'm asked about what's happening in space, this is the one that I think is the most pressing that we have, is that it's a much more congested environment. So, well, let me start with my panelists. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves, just say their name and what they do, where they come from, and why it's important for space traffic management. So, Fatima, please.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for letting me join this panel today. My name is Fatima Shamsi. I'm the Director of Space Policy and International Relations Department at the Space Agency. We're a federal organization at the UAE. Our mandate is focused on, if I were to summarize it, two main things. First of all, regulating the sector, so setting the policy and all of the legal requirements. The second is focused on enabling the sector. So we're not an entity that executes projects. We actually develop these projects, but hand it over to our industry to implement. So this is in a nutshell what we do as an organization. If I were to also highlight why this subject specifically is important to us, also for 2 main reasons. The UAE owns critical assets in space, so we own and operate satellites relevant to communication, remote sensing. So it's very important for us that these satellites remain functional, and any threat that could jeopardize the operations of these satellites is minimized. The second is our commitment as a nation towards the international community. We understand that there's a huge importance on emphasizing the possibility of sharing information so that the dialogue is supported. We have a better understanding on the different systems that operate and have an insight on the SSA information and data. So this is one of the things, and we try to reflect that in our presence in international organizations such as the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs and its subcommittees.
Okay. Holger?
Yeah, thanks for having me on the panel. ESA is both a space operator and also an agency that puts programs forward. A space operator of 30 very expensive scientific assets that we have in space that are users of space traffic information. But we're also putting forward a program that is called Space Safety that provides space traffic management solutions. Some of the solutions coming exactly out of Geneva, which makes me travel to this fantastic place from time to time. Yeah, that's it in a nutshell from ESA.
Very good, Martin.
Thank you. Yes, hello, good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd also like to thank the organizers for having me here. I'm very happy to be here. I'm working with the German Space Agency at DLR in the Department for UN Affairs, and so our role there, it's a bit similar to what Fatma described about what they do at COPUS. So at this department, we're preparing statements and positions for the German delegations and participate in the COPUS meetings. But the organization's role is much broader. So the German Space Agency at DLR operates the civil side of the German Space Situational Awareness Center together with the Ministry of Defense and the German Army. And within the EUSST partnership, we're playing an important role, and we are hosting the EUSST database and are responsible for generating the future EUSST catalog. Thank you.
Great. Thomas?
Good morning, everybody. I'm also very glad to be on this panel. I'm a scientist. I have been working over 35 years in this field, what we call space debris, and I met Don Kessler 40 years ago.
Wow. Wow.
He became a good friend of mine.
It was 78 that he wrote the paper, yeah? 78,
yes,
yeah.
yes, exactly. 78 he wrote the paper. So I did mostly observe and characterize space debris. But at a certain point, it became clear to me that sustainability is an issue. That's why I tried to get engaged in this, and I'm on the Swiss delegation to COPUS, to the Committee of Peaceful Use of Outer Space, where I was deeply, and still am deeply involved in the deliberations on the long-term sustainable use of outer space. And Holger mentioned the Space Safety Program of ESA. I'm the chair of the advisory board to this Space Safety Program.
Very good, thank you. Fatima, what initiated the UAE proposal to establish an expert group on space situational awareness? Can you tell us the origins of this?
Mainly from the, first of all, we've seen that there's a huge understanding and agreement of all nations, understanding that this is a critical topic and we really need to address it from a different perspective. Now, the expert group on the space situational awareness will tackle the technical aspect, but we also understand that there is still a need to tackle the legal aspect, which is an effort that is being led by the German colleagues here. We need to take steps towards harmonizing and having a shared understanding of SSA requirements. Currently, efforts are being taken at a, let's say, national and regional levels. There are systems that understand and tackle the space situational awareness efforts. But if we look at the global view, it's absent. So if we were to, in the future, to have one single platform or multiple platforms, these systems need to speak the same language. We start with the fundamentals, meaning let's harmonize the data requirements, data definitions. So starting with that will lead eventually to ensuring that we ensure the safety of our assets, and the ultimate objective is the sustainability of outer space.
So, you know, we heard in the setup a bit about tracking all these pieces of debris, and once we can see and once we can't even see. We know that some nations have rules in place for licensing of spacecraft that require fuel for deorbiting. But there's a lot more to it than that. So maybe, Holger, we start with you. What do you see as the single most important thing, the most pressing issue that we're looking at in space situational awareness or space traffic management today?
I've been starting as an operator on Consolo doing collision avoidance maneuver planning, risk management, and I can say from my experience, orbit data quality is a big issue. It sounds like a tiny thing, but we induce a collision avoidance maneuver as soon as the risk is achieving a certain level, 1 in 10,000, this figure is around, many people know that. But in practice, it means nothing else that you have to do, on average, 10,000 collision avoidance maneuvers to avoid one collision. And the reason is that data that we are getting is not precise enough to be more efficient. Every maneuver is cost and pain, loss of data for a community of scientists of a few thousands. So getting data more accurate, getting more precision in the information will help automatically saving efforts for everyone.
Can I just and I'm not, the technical side of this is beyond me maybe, but I know that the atmosphere is constantly, because of solar activity, it's expanding, it's contracting. Is it an issue of the fidelity of the sensors we're using, or is it space weather that has an impact? Why is it so challenging?
Both. Both are, it's a combination of natural perturbations and the limitation of our sensors. Also weather conditions, when you cannot observe for a few days, you also lose quality of the data. So in the ESA Space Safety Program, we are investing into more precision sensors and also methodologies. We believe, for example, that laser is a very interesting application. First of all, it's comparably cheap to use a laser, an operating cost. But also the precision it gets allows to get into levels that are absolutely not achievable by classical method we're using today, radar.
Well, without better data, we can't have good decision making now. Yeah. So okay. Please, what do you think is Martin? What do you think is the most important one?
I would say communication, and that there are 3 points that I would put there. First is sharing the data and information about possible collisions and conjunction warnings. Then knowing points of contact, and I'd like to cite the Aeolus example, where it was not that easy for ESA to reach counterparts at SpaceX to coordinate a collision avoidance maneuver. And then it's about speaking the same language, and this goes to what has already been said about the data. And from what I understand, it's not just the quality, but also, and Fatma mentioned that, what kind of data do we have and how do we make that comparable and compatible?
So let me just follow up before I go to Thomas. I know a few years ago we had this zombie satellite in the GeoArc that was drifting across, and we had a number of the operators, US and international, get together and form a coalition to share data. Is this the kind of system you think, or is there something more we could do, both governments and commercial operators in space?
I mean, that's a beginning, and it's good, but it's the short-term solution and a good start. But eventually, we will have to come up with something that everyone buys into. And I'm not sure whether it's sufficient to do that on a voluntary basis, but I think then it needs something from the international community where everyone has to be part of, has to participate, and shares their data.
Okay, very good. Thomas?
Yeah, when I look at the very near future, what I see is, constellations which are up there, large constellations which are right now being deployed, and some of them in the same volume of space. So from my point of view, the most pressing short-term issue is actually how can we enable coordination between especially large constellation operators. And I mean, enable coordination sounds easy. Okay, yes, SpaceX is talking to Kuiper and or to OneWeb. It's not the end of the game. We have to talk, or they have to talk and find ways, and we need to enable these ways that they are going to talk to their Chinese operators. And I know the Chinese operators, the private ones, they're eager to talk. They're eager to talk. So, one starting point is actually this expert group at the UN COPOS, But I think it's not enough. We need more dialogue directly between these constellation operators, because they're operating in the same space. And it's not just about sharing data or information. It goes further. You need to know how, the partner or the other constellation is doing their constellation management in order to make sure that you're not going to collide. This is, for me, the most pressing issue right now.
In my term as president, I've taken sustainability, investment, and security, and they're all interconnected, by the way. All three of them are, people ask me, I said, there's a common theme throughout. But I sat in on the security committee group for about 45 minutes the other day. It was exactly this point. The Chinese gentleman in the room said, we need better coordination. We need a hotline if we see something. Who do we call? And so this is, hopefully this is, by the way, the role the IAF can play in at least getting everyone in the room together to start talking about these topics. So, Holger, let me come back to you. In terms of the lessons learned, from ESA's perspective, what do you think? What's the takeaways for ESA?
Yeah, we have been looking at collision avoidance so far in this panel, but let's look a bit into another problem, and that is most of the objects we are avoided are actually there because we failed to mitigate them in the past. So these are the leftovers of the space traffic that we left behind. And even today, it's frightening to see, and European missions are part of it. This is a problem that we see globally. And it's not bad intent, it's lack of technology that we are suffering from, that we are losing our space assets before we can properly depose them. So even when we have the right amount of fuel on board, even if we have good intentions, systems can technically fail. And it will be very difficult to equip the systems in a way that they can self-dispose under all circumstances. And this is something we realize, that it's a big dream to believe that all systems in space can self-dispose them. That will not happen. And unfortunately, it happens at a frightening high rate that we fail to dispose them. Many of you might know the requirements, 90% of likelihood you should achieve in disposing your space system. If you look at the reality, the figure is more between 50 and 80% far away from what you want to achieve. So I think we need a bit of rethink the approach that we need to take. And here active removal comes into the game. Active removal means you go up with a dedicated mission. We saw the example of ClearSpace One, which is coming out of the space safety program with a very good level of Swiss support, where we are getting an asset and then safely dispose it. I think we will see this as a future rule. Why? Because it will be in the end cheaper than reinvesting into space systems to make them so fail-safe that they can fully dispose themselves. Technical systems will always fail at some point. And it's that problem that we have to fix, and active removal can fill the gap.
Yeah, and I know a number of years ago there was different technologies that were proposed that would automatically, a tether or a small solid rocket disk that would fire down. But when the satellite dies, what happens, right? How do we make sure if it's losing power, if it's I know in some of the 1,000 sail satellites that have just been launched, they've failed to make orbit. So
it does not mean that we should stop taking care of the proper disposal function on board.
Yeah.
We also, on the contrary, we would like to undergo and revisit all platform designs that are classical in Europe to make them more robust towards this problem. But it will come to a point where beyond 90 or 95% reliability will not be achievable even with the best efforts. And therefore, to close this gap, and Thomas mentioned the large amount of objects we will be launching, 2,000 in this year, and then probably more. 5% of 2,000 is a lot that will fail, right?
Yeah.
And that will come. And therefore, we need to be ready with the right technology, and that is active removal in my view.
Fatima, the UAE has a number of spacecraft. You guys are active operator. Is there lessons for you, or how do you think about it as a spacefaring nation?
So, I'll leave the technical stuff to the technical people.
Okay.
Maybe what we're trying to do as a space agency is that if there are any measures that would ensure sustainability of space assets, this is something that we take into account, which is, for example, one of the is the active debris removal. But if we look at the policy aspect, which is also we're very active in, we are trying our best to ensure that the dialogue continues locally as well as internationally. What we've done is that we've also established a platform where we discuss the pressing issues with relevant to space sustainability, space accessibility, and space security. And from those platforms, we came up with the need that there is actually a pressing a priority for us to have a platform under the UN that would allow every nation to speak up and to give its opinion and to give its input with regards to the topic of space situational awareness. Maybe building on to what was discussed before, what we are trying to do is taking a step-by-step approach. Just having everyone under one roof or in one table discussing at least how we can harmonize the systems and how can we at least take steps that would build trust among the different nations and would allow the communication to be smoother, faster. That would allow us at least to mitigate one of the main challenges that we're facing, which is relevant to communication issues. We don't have a single platform that gives us an easy access in case of, for example, close proximity of satellites. If there's a need to ensure that one satellite is, for example, moves away from another satellite, or if any threat that is being caused to either our assets as a UAE or to any other nation. So these platforms are very vital and very important for us, and this is what we are trying to do here.
Okay. Martin, Thomas, from an operational scientific perspective, how do you view this? So we have ground-based systems, space-based systems. We're talking about lasers. It's quite exotic. What do you think? What's the path forward here?
I'll happily give that to you. I'm not a technician, no engineer.
My simple answer would be, we will desperately need all of them.
All of them.
It is simple as that, you know. The other question is, well, what is most efficient? And I mean efficient, on one hand, cost efficient, on the other hand, most efficient to remediate or mitigate the space debris environment. I don't know, I could talk a bit about the science part of it.
Please. We're a scientific group here.
As a scientist, you know, the most critical aspect to me is, of course, I care about the long-term sustainability. But you mentioned, you know, in the Security Committee, there's always these three aspects, depending on who you are. You know, I mean, your emphasis is either on safety, because you're flying a spacecraft, and then you want to prevent collisions in a time scales of weeks or days, or your focus is on security. Then you want to know, oh, who is that guy who is approaching me here? Oh, is this spacecraft? What's the health status of this asset? Or if your bird gets silent, you want to know why. Why is it dead or is it silent? This is a time scale of hours or minutes. And then, you know, it's what I am really about, it's the long-term sustainability. So what's going to happen in 10 years, in 15 years, that's a time scale we are talking about, because, you know, my grandkids should still be able to use space. It's all interconnected. We cannot separate all of them. You know, if you don't do a good job in mitigating collisions between active spacecraft and active, or active and passive, it's not sustainable. On the other hand, you know, we have a heritage, and currently, still, the most critical issue we have is the massive upper stages we left over many, many years. And if they are going to collide, we had the example of Iridium Cosmos, that peak here. I mean, they were not so massive, these two objects. If we have two massive upper stages colliding, this is going to be a big mess. So long-term is driven by the collision of these massive objects, and we have no way of right now of handling this. And the other point is, we are still nowadays, although New Space does a good job in post-mission disposal of upper stages, for example, but we are putting more upper stages into space, which we leave in space every year than before. Because even with this good, approach of post-mission disposal, this exponential, or let's say this steep rise in the traffic is counteracting what we are doing. So my point simply, make sure that we don't forget the massive space debris and collisions between them.
Yeah, I flew over on the same flight with we were having this very discussion in the lounge at the airport about spent rocket body motors and what does it mean? Yeah, because this is another one where once it's done, and now it's there, and it could be there for a very, very long time. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that was a great overview. Now I'm going to go to governance. So don't fall asleep, please. We're going to talk about governance. Okay. So I'm going to ask the panel, and maybe, Fatima, we start with you. How do we think about the governance of this? Public-private, UN was mentioned, maybe voluntary groups, maybe it's ISA, maybe it's another coalition. How do we think about governance in this area? How do we get this common understanding or a common baseline?
If we were to rely on the, okay, I'll take it for those of you who don't know, if you go to the UN, whoever is represented there, they are either politicians, so they are coming from maybe not from a technical background. They do have delegations whenever there are technical topics being discussed. They participate in those discussions, but the ones who take the decisions are the policymakers. Now, still, we need to, whenever we need to include that, we need to ensure that every nation has a voice. The UN is actually a great platform for us to discuss these matters. But how do we ensure that the right people are actually included in the discussion? This is where we tried as much as possible to, when we are submitting the proposal for the establishment of the expert group, the experts are actually the ones that are included in the discussion. So when in any nation, when they are nominating their representatives, yes, there will be policymakers part of the expert group, but also we are encouraging them to include the experts from their private industry, from their, even from their governments, to also have a say in the discussions that we will be discussing, and eventually the recommendations that we will come up with the expert group. We are looking into having a set of, let's say, agreed upon frameworks that would allow us to better harmonize these SSA systems. This is from a technical perspective. The same applies for the legal. This is there's a huge gap with it. We also need to tackle that in the future.
Martin, before I go to you, so my background comes more from the communication satellite world and launch world. And I think about the World Radio Conference that has done the work that's convened, and you get all these spectrum experts, really down in the weeds, radio spectrum frequency guys who think about spectrum in a different way than the rest of us humans. Would it be similar to this for SSA, where you would get the experts together on a regular basis to coordinate on norms and practices?
Yes.
Because in GEOs, and by the way, in comms in general, we have a very regime. We have certain orbital locations. We have in terms of the frequencies and how they're shared, there's very specific criteria, let's say, for this already.
I believe that we have an agreement that space is considered a strategic sector. Okay, so definitely we'll have policymakers and the technical people. So we will try as much as possible to have a balanced approach. We will prioritize, yes, the technical requirements, but also the policy priorities that would allow the discussion to be balanced.
Fantastic. Martin, you want to take a shot?
Yes. So I agree. The UN and especially UN Corpus is the prime forum to take those questions. And it's especially equipped for this because, as Fatma said, it's important to have not only the policymakers but also the other relevant expertise. And there at COPUS, the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, there are two subcommittees. The scientific and technical subcommittee, where you have a chance, and where the expert group will take place, where you have a chance to get technical experts and scientific experts to talk about for example, data formats and so on. And you have also a legal subcommittee, and I can just underline what Fatma said. It's complementary. On the one hand, you have to talk about the technical approach. How do we do it? What data do we share? How do we make sure that we use the same formulas for conjunction analysis, or how do we verify those formulas? But then you also have to have some legal, and that can be very basic, some legal agreement, or at least a resolution from the UN that everyone buys in on that. And we've talked about that a lot. And in the end, one actor who does not comply can spoil it for everyone. So we've mentioned Don Kessler and the Kessler syndrome. If you have one collision, maybe like the Cosmos Iridium nowadays, I think the effects would be way more devastating. And to have this ideally legally binding this obligation that everyone has to buy in and participate is very important from my point of view. Thank you.
Okay. I also think that United Nations COPOS is the right forum to discuss these matters and to move forward also binding and guidelines on this topic. But I would like to add another very, very important missing brick. I mentioned the potential new rule of having an object actively removed whenever the disposal has failed. This rule is not written anywhere. And no regulator will put this rule down until we have demonstrated that it actually works. Yeah. So industry and technology plays a major role here. We need to break the ice and show that this can be done. Technology informs regulation. The regulators are watching what is possible. And when you demonstrate a new technology is available to help us mitigating a problem, only then they can safely move forward. So we need to break this ice and move forward with the technology.
Follow up, Martin?
Yes, please. I agree with that, and that's why I said that whatever we have on the governance side can be very basic, because that's what I really love about the Outer Space Treaty and the other space treaties. They're from the Outer Space Treaty is from 1967, and if you look at it, it's called Treaty on Principles, and those principles can still be applied today to new technologies. And from my point of view, it was a masterpiece of lawmaking because it's not outdated. You have to tweak a bit and find interpretations that fit today's technologies, but you can do it. And that's very important. Whatever you want to come up with and whatever regulation you want to find, you have to make sure that it's not too short-sighted and that it cannot be outdated. Thank you.
Yeah, so, but I always get the question, you guys probably as well, who will pay, right? So if you write this in as a law or requirement, whether it's national or international, who will pay for the active debris removal? Do you have is there an answer to this?
I have an answer.
Okay.
I have an idea on how that could work. We think of active removal as going forward and removing assets that have been there for decades. And of course, ideally, we do that. But I see active removal in the first step as a way to retrofit the failed disposal actions that we have left behind. And for that, you have somebody who is there to pay, and that is the one that is still operating the asset. So you could, before you even grant the launch, make it a condition that a removal contract or an insurance contract that ensures that the removal action is going to come, to make it as an additional action to the removal. It sounds terrible expensive, but if you give me half a minute, I'll explain you that it's not that bad, because let the likelihood of a failure be 10%, which is what is written in the standards. The insurance premium that you would have to pay would be just 10% of the removal action. And if we achieve right amount of recurring removal action and mission developments, we are talking of an insurance premium of 1 to 2 million, probably. So, and that is for larger space assets, just a fraction of the mission cost. And I think we should be well in scope of what we can dare to put forward. Making a system robust to achieve 90 or 95% will be even more expensive, is my feeling. So,
I don't think we have Swiss Re in the audience, do we? Yeah, no. Maybe sponsored. No, thank you for that. Was a very practical answer. I would just add that it's usually the communications regulatory authority in the U.S. The FCC has put requirements in So it's not always clear, by the way, who has the authority to regulate these affairs. I know in the US we have a big concern around when we talk about in-orbit novel activities, who regulates in the US? Is it FCC? Is it Commerce Department, Transportation Department? It's not always clear who has the authority, and maybe in other countries, I don't know. Do you have a comment on that? Thomas, you see, shaking your head.
Yeah, no, it's in many cases not too clear. On the other hand, when it comes to regulations, my first question is always regulation on one hand, on the other hand, what are incentives? We also need to have incentives so that owner-operators behave as they should. We cannot regulate everything. Of course, most of post-mission disposal should be regulated in the national laws, because that's how the system works, has to be regulated on a national basis. But the question is simply, if you fail with your post-mission disposal and you don't have an insurance, then, oops, is there a penalty? Do you have to pay for the removal action, or is there incentive that you pay something in forefront, and you get it back if you do a nice job? There's so many ideas out there, but again, for the moment being, no single country and no, let's say, even group of like-minded is at the point where they put these incentives and regulations in place. It reminds me of the CO2 discussion, I mean, the other one first, why should I do that? I would like to add a few things about regulations, top-down, bottom-up, because we were talking a lot about the UN COPUOS, about ITU. We were not yet, I mean, that is my dream, that we would have something, an establishment, the UN establishments like the WMO or the ITU, who is doing, space traffic management coordination on an operational basis, because, COPUOS, that's the legal thing, or legal, I mean. On the other hand, I think we need a strong grassroots bottom-up activity as well, because it's the operators, it's the people who build these things who know best what's the problem and how can we do it. And, bringing the two together I think is the solution. And we have examples for that. For example, the mitigation guidelines, the UN mitigation guidelines, they're based on guidelines which have been developed in the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee, which is not a UN committee, it's a bottom-up thing, it was among space agencies, a technical body. So I think we should stop thinking of either top-down, bottom-up. We really need both, and this is, as I said, this is not one versus the other.
I love how you're thinking more like an economist than a scientist, huh? I mean, you're thinking about incentivizing, yeah? And so it's natural that we could come up with perhaps something that is not just a regulatory piece, knowing all the problems we have with who has the authority, who has the hammer. And by the way, I'd be provocative. If we move to lasers for communications links and not radio frequency licenses, then what do you do, right? If you don't have the hammer as being the radio frequency license, and they're communicating with inter-satellite links over lasers, you may not have the ability to control. So it's interesting as the technology. Well, let me ask then from there, do we need, what would be the next step beyond, and if RT's here, I don't know if RT's here, maybe she's dancing somewhere here in the ICC because she's hearing all those copious activities. What would be the next steps in terms of establishing this? Do you have an idea? Do you guys, it's a dream for Thomas, do we have a roadmap of how we could get there with international?
Yes. So
okay.
We are currently in the process of receiving the nominations from the different nations to participate in the expert group. It's currently based on the mandate of the establishment. It will last for 3 years, which later on, based on the discussions, it can be extended further. But hopefully, based on the current exercise or current progress, we're looking into having an intersessional meeting or 2 intersessional meetings before end of this year.
Fantastic. Any comments?
I think today every mission that we launch adds on average a handful of objects to the environment that stay there permanently. I think in the next 3-4 years we should launch a mission that brings one down, so -1, and that is active removal.
Martin?
Yes, so as a lawyer, I think the next step really needs to be that people acknowledge the need for regulation. And in the opening remarks, the prisoner's dilemma was mentioned, and that's what I think
Back
is
to
important.
economics, by the way. Back to economics, yeah. Yeah.
But I think
Game theory.
That's the way to get out of this dilemma, is really to say if all states sit together and agree we need to do something, we need to do it together. And Thomas mentioned the CO2 emissions, and we have the COPs and conventions, so that this, at least the dialogue about that starts. I mean, something really like an agreement is unfortunately far away, but that's the start that I would like to see. I'm not saying, sorry, this one
No,
last thing.
go ahead.
Not saying it's more important than the technical developments and
Yeah.
everything. It's I really agree that it all goes hand in hand and is complementary.
Okay, Thomas, I give you the last word, and then we...
I think we need a forum where, you know, the owner-operators, the technical people come together, build up trust, and I think this is very important. We also have to recognize different cultures. And it's not just, you know, different languages, it's different cultures, because we all have an idea, oh, that's best practice. So, let's impose that best practice to everybody, because no, I mean, the best practice we have in technical practice we have in Europe is not the same as in the US, and it's by far not the same as the Russians or the Chinese are applying. So we have to come to that. And, you know, my dream is that the expert group is a perfect starting point, but we need more. We have other fora at the UN, like the International Asteroid Warning Group, or other groups on GNSS satellites, which are very efficient because they're coordinating among all these different GNSS systems. So we need something like this under the umbrella. I don't want to say under directly the guidance of UN-USA, but under the umbrella of UN, where we are not talking to each other. UAE, please, Germany, please, where we are talking about, colleagues and friends.
Thank you. I'll just close by saying, every nation has a border with space, huh? And it is really a commons for us to use. I really appreciate the discussion. I didn't stick to the script, by the way. They're probably mad at me, but I thought it was a very interesting and passionate discussion. So thank you all for joining me. Huh?
Thank you very much, Clay. Thank you very much to all the speakers. Please stay in the room. In 10 minutes, we have another session called Unlocking India's Space Potential, a global dialogue on reform and partnerships. Thank you. Welcome everyone. Please take your seats as we are about to begin the next session. This session is called Unlocking India's Space Potential, a global dialogue on reform and partnerships. Please, if you want to ask questions during these sessions, you can scan the QR code that would appear here. Join me in welcoming Rajiv Joyati, Director Technical and Distinguished Scientist at the Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center in Space.
So very good morning to all the ladies and gentlemen and all the delegates and fellow panelists of this session. I welcome you in this global network forum session, which is going to talk about unlocking the India's potential, space potential, a global dialogue on reforms and partnerships. Just to set the context, in India, the ISRO has been the architect of India's remarkable space journey, and which is more focused on scientific advancement and national missions. ISRO is not only India's space legacy, but also recognized as a global for its capability and bold vision. Many landmark achievements have been, you must have come across, the success of Chandrayaan-3, the first to land near the lunar South Pole, India's Mars orbiter, which was done in the first maiden attempt, and now recently the NASA ISRO and many more ambitious targets are being planned. But then why we are here? Because one bold step of Government of India, the space reforms, which happened 3 years back, unfolded a new chapter in the Indian space sector. Creation of InSpace, Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center. And InSpace is enabling the private sector participation, takes care of their unlocking the potential of the space sector, investment, and accelerate the future commercial growth of the Indian space economy. Ladies and gentlemen, today's India space sector has surprised everybody. There are significant transformation has happened, marked because of these ambitious reforms and aimed at fostering the private sector participation and forging the international collaboration. So during this discussion today, we will discuss the two major points, the opportunities and challenges arising from these space reforms, and what are the avenues which we have to explore for international partnerships, highlighting the potential for global players to engage with the flourishing Indian space ecosystem. Please join me in welcoming and inviting the distinguished panelists of this session on the stage. I welcome Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman ISRO, Dr. V. Narayanan. Let us give a big applause to him. A rocket spacecraft propulsion expert who is the architect of ISRO's space journey. I also welcome Chairman InSpace, Dr. Pavan Goenka, who is instrumental in shaping the Indian Space Policy 2023. I also welcome Australian Space Agency Head, Mr. Enrico Pellerimo, who has spent 14 years in the various other roles before he took this leadership role. I welcome President COSPAS, Committee of Space Research, Ms. Pascal. She is also Professor of Space Policy and International Affairs at Georgia Washington University. I also welcome President IAF Clay, who doesn't need any introduction in this forum. He is globally recognized officer of the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. But before we commence the panel discussion for the day, let me invite InSpace Chairman, Dr. Pavan Goenka, to tell this august audience what is happening in the Indian space sector. Over to you, sir. Please come. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv. Good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do in the next few minutes is try and bring everyone on the same page. Many of you who are here, I'm sure, have some familiarity with what's happening in India in the space sector, but some more, some less. If you have been following the Indian space sector and how it's evolved, you will find a significant change that has happened in the last few years. You will see that ISRO, which is a government agency, has become a lot more ambitious in the programs that they are planning. And Chairman ISRO, Secretary Das, will talk about it a little later. And if you look at the private sector in India, the private sector also has become very aggressive. And if you go around the space pavilion that we have from India, you would get a glimpse of what the private sector in India is doing. All that has been possible because of the space reforms that were launched about 4 years ago, as Rajiv talked about. One of the first indicator of that was formation of NSIL, New Space India Limited, which is a government-owned company and responsible for commercializing ISRO's developments over the years and also doing some new things. The second change that happened was announcement by our finance minister during COVID on opening up of the space sector to the private industry, which till that time was relatively unavailable, inaccessible to the private sector. Third was the formation of InSpace that happened in February 2022, followed by Indian Space Policy that was announced in 2023, which in some sense unshackled the space sector in India, giving full freedom to the private sector to do whatever they wanted to do. Followed by opening up of the FDI, that is foreign direct investment by companies or investors from outside India. And what is remaining now is the Space Act that will happen in the next few months. Now, if you look at the space sector, it's sometimes confusing for people outside India and even for people inside India as to what is the role of each of these different entities. So just to very quickly, don't worry too much about the details on the slide. Department of Space is the sort of overall in charge of all the space activity. And Secretary Department of Space, who is sitting here, Dr. Narayanan, is in some sense, the chief architect, the CEO of the Department of Space. And Department of Space has ISRO under it, which everybody is familiar with, and all the activity, the Chandrayaan, the SpaceX, and future missions are conducted by ISRO. NSIL, as I just mentioned, is the commercial entity headed by a gentleman here in front of you. And then we have InSpace, which I chair, which is 3.5 years old, where Rajiv is the technical director. The role of InSpace is primarily to promote the space activity in the private sector. And we are here in engaging with many of you to see how there could be partnerships developed. And the primary focus for being here is to develop those partnerships. And we are also the regulator of space in India. And it's somewhat confusing to have regulator and promoter under the same body. But that's what we have, a unique experiment, which is working reasonably well, at least I think so. And then we have the private industry. And in the last 3.5, 4 years, as Rajiv mentioned, almost 300, 350 new companies have come in, and many of them are doing some very interesting stuff. And if you haven't had a chance to go and look at the Space Pavilion of India, please do so. There are 22 companies from India who are displaying whatever they are doing in the space sector. Now, what do we regulate as a regulator? It's hard for me to read from here, but establishing operations of space objects, communication, satellites, amateur satellites, hosted payloads, other space objects, operations of space transportation systems, launch vehicles, establishing launch facilities, and establishment of operations of ground systems, and then planned re-entry of a space object, which is not happening yet in India. dissemination of data. There are a lot of companies who are interested in disseminating data coming from various satellites in the world. They have to register with us, and if you are bringing in finer data, high resolution, we are regulated also, and so on. So pretty much anything to do with space will be regulated by IN-SPACE. And what we also do as promoter is to provide multiple sort of hand-holding facilitation. The technology transfer is a very big activity where the technology from ISRO, which has been developed over the last 6 decades in collaboration with NSIL, is transferred to the industry. And so far, we have transferred 100 technologies from ISRO to the industry in India. We are creating manufacturing clusters in India. Again, the manufacturing up until recently, by and large, has been inside ISRO. And now we are sort of having private sector come in and develop manufacturing clusters. We are designing, we are creating design labs for use by the industry, a technical center. We have some funds for technology adoption. We have a VC fund for space tech industry of $120 million supported by the government of India. We have a seed fund. We have transferred the launch vehicle SSLV to a company called HAL, and so on and so forth. I'll just take a couple of minutes on what we are doing on international collaboration, which may be of interest to the audience here. We have had multiple outreach to different countries that we work with in the B2B, B2G, and G2B space. And G2G, IN-SPACE does not get involved with. That is done by ISRO. We have facilitated industry access to global space technology. We facilitate participation in trade shows, like here in IAC. We play sort of strategy formulation in terms of what we want to do in future. And what we have done in the last few years is multiple space days with different countries in the world. For example, just 2 weeks ago, we had a delegation from Italy that had visited India for 4 or 5 days, which we worked with them to plan that visit. And 13 companies from Italy had come, interacted with many companies in India to see what kind of partnerships can be done. One of the biggest success, thanks to Enrico here, my friend, is with Australia, where we have been working for 3 years now. And we have, I've lost count now, at least 25, 30 MOUs between Indian companies and Australian companies, and some of the companies are working very closely with Indian companies. And I think this will be a good success story, at least for India, and I hope for Australia also, in terms of international collaboration. We are working very closely with Japan and multiple other countries. So this is something that we have been promoting and getting good traction on. And as I have said in the past to some of you who are here, that the future of Indian space sector, at least on the commercial side, the private industry side, depends on what kind of partnerships we are able to forge with international audience, with international companies. And these are the companies that are today prominent in India. Some of them are very old, but most of them are established in the last 3 or 4 years. And they have taken some very, very courageous projects to take forward. So this kind of gives you a feel for where the Indian space sector is, more in terms of what's happening in the commercial space, the private space. And we'd like to, as we move forward in the panel discussion, understand from other panelists on what can be done to forge greater partnerships between Indian companies and companies outside India. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm very happy to see such a large gathering here. I think this is the largest gathering we have had in the 4th year of this GNF that we have participated in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving the context of space reform and also the impact and what are the opportunities. So let's start the panel discussion. At the outset, let me ask the opening question to Chairman ISRO and Department of Space, Secretary of Department of Space, under which umbrella the whole thing is happening. So question to you, sir, that while the space sector's reforms are happening and private companies are coming up, and ISRO is also engaged with a lot of scientific missions and they have their ambitious plan, how ISRO is balancing their role in supporting the commercialization of the space sector?
See, as Mr. Goyango and yourself explained clearly, it's the Department of Space under which the entire activities getting carried out, the development activities and the commercial activities, everything is getting executed. Now, if you ask me specifically how ISRO is supporting, as you all know, today we are in a crossroad where we have to do the development activities like the scientific missions, human spaceflight program, then, of course, new developments for bringing the benefit of the space technology to the common man. For example, sensors development for earthquake predictions, sensors development for lightning-related aspects. When all these important activities are carried out, along with that, now it is also our role to handhold the private players for the commercialization purpose. Now, I have to thank our Honorable Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, for his visionary leadership role, who rolled out the space sector reform. And it was a fantastic idea which was rolled out. And there was a time only the government was executing the job. When we were executing the entire activity, of course, there were private companies which were involved in realizing a couple of important major items. But then today, as Mr. Goyanga rightly explained and as Mr. Raju Jyoti also explained, we are in a place, we want to handhold the startup companies, startup ecosystems, private players and academia to carry out the space activities, some of the important activities. Now, when this comes, there is a target in front of us. What is the target? When the Indian space program was started, in early 60s, we had only one objective. The father of Indian space program, Sarabhai, gave a clear vision. That vision was bringing advanced space technology for the benefit of common man of India. This was the only vision. And at that point of time, honestly speaking, we were not thinking about commercialization or this type of areas. Today, after 63 years, almost 55 applications we have brought to the common man of the country, including earth observation, communication, navigation, strategic application, every area. When we sat and looked at the commercial space, when you looked at our share, business share is hardly only 2% today. In 2022, when we assessed, it was only $8.4 billion. So at that point of time, one important thing is we thought this is not in the right track. So we have to get a share of at least 8 to 10%. We are targeting a US dollar 44 billion target by 2033. And then if this has to be done, if the activity is only with the government sector, surely we cannot achieve. And the demand of the country is also huge. Thereby, today, we are hand-holding the private sector and the startup companies. In fact, it is not that producing some item and supplying. And our startup companies, I am very happy to announce that there were 2 space flights successfully done. And people are developing space, the launch vehicles and spacecraft. There are companies realizing the spacecraft in the country. And, huge data, earth observation data is available. If you really see, the available data, the hardly only less than 20% only is utilized. And that data is freely available. And today our startup companies, couple of companies, they are involved in utilizing the data and making use for the common people. So thereby, ISRO is having a great responsibility. Like I will say, when it is a 63 years old organization and the space sector is rolled out just 4 years back, and we are hand-holding, like you can call it as a teacher role, or a elder brother role, or a father role. That is the role ISRO is taking, and we are proud when our younger brothers are growing. It is not, we are complimenting them, and it is not that we are jealous of them. We are so proud of them whenever the startup companies grows. So that is the place today we stand. And as Secretary Department of Space, I have clearly committed to the government that at least 20% of my time, secretary time, is available for growing the private startup ecosystem in the country. And we have to compliment 2 people here. Number one, Mr. Goenka, you all know, he is the in-space chairman. And Mr. Mohan, probably it is a person who is a silent player. He is a NSIL. These two people are responsible. And if any good things are happening, please compliment both of them. Anything going wrong, you have to blame me. That is the place I stand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think I understand your message is that the wealth is with ISRO, and that has to make sure that all the startups can get all the private companies who are very, very, very nascent stage, they need the support of state agency. I'm moving on to Palermo. See, I'm seeing there is a lot of parallel between InSpace, ISRO, and ASA. You had a Space Act in 2018, correct? And now, and you also are, private companies are now collaborating with some MOUs we had signed. How do you see the space sector, more collaboration? What is the success story, if you want to tell to this audience? How do you see the space sector of Indian space sector? At what stage you find? What is your view on that?
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the chairman for letting me join this panel. It's a pleasure to be on stage with all the distinguished panelists. So it's interesting. I think there's many parallels to draw between the Australian space sector and the Indian space sector. Clearly, India has decades and decades of experience on the government side that we don't have to the same extent. But if you look at the reforms that Chairman Goenka worked us through, it parallels very much in Australia when our agency was formed. So in many ways, InSpace and the Australian Space Agency are very similar. We also do sector development, promotion and regulation, and there's some other space agencies such as the New Zealand Space Agency do that. And I actually think it's a good model, particularly for this early, vibrant stage where you need good communication. You, of course, want to maintain safety, but you want to have cohesive investment and alignment. So I think it is a model that works well. So Australia has a relatively nascent but rapidly developing, and that's been the message we're trying to convey this week. We've come a long way since we formed our agency in 2018, and our agency was formed with a similar purpose to InSpace, that is to grow a thriving and globally respected space industry in Australia that delivers the critical services we need for space and does it through international cooperation. And so we can be more proud to be partnering with India in our various programs such as the International Space Investment Initiatives, where we're bringing strengths from India and Australia together, and we've got a few programs I can talk about in that respect. But we're at the same stage. We now have, and I'm incredibly proud, as is Chairman Narayanan, of what our sector is doing. We've got several Australian companies now that have built operating satellite buses, and those buses are doing really important work. One of our favourite companies, we have many favourite companies, I should be careful how I phrase that, but Fleet Space Technologies have revolutionised how you find critical minerals, and that started partly due to a $300,000 grant from the Australian Space Agency to develop the technology. So it's a vibrant time, it's growing fast. Commend India. If you haven't read the India National Space Policy, April 2023, it's one of the most articulate, clear national policies I've seen, and they're executing it.
Thank you, yeah. Yeah, I agree. So next question is to Mr. Clay. You were there in India for the GLAX program happened in India, and how do you see a lot of papers were there from technical, from both government and from private participation were there. How do you see the opportunities in India? How do you see the Indian space sector rising?
Thank you. Thank you.
You take the other one? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the question, and thank you for allowing me to join your panel. And by the way, I'm certainly confused. Do I say ISRO or do I say ISRO? Because I've heard it twice now, the two ways. I think I might be saying it wrong for my whole life.
I used to say ISRO, but then I found a lot of people say ISRO, so now I say ISRO, so okay. I don't know. Okay, ask so him, he would be the expert.
Yeah. I asked him, he said, oh no, you can say it either way. Is the ISRO is appropriate, okay. So, all right, I'll stick with ISRO. So, first of all, India's already taken center stage, and by the way, well-deserved, huh? I mean, you guys should be very proud of all you've accomplished.
already taken a center stage in the space community. And it's amazing. I did have the opportunity to come to now Bengaluru. Which one do I use? That's Bengaluru. Okay. Bengaluru. Okay, so I had the opportunity to come about almost 2 years ago now. And it was amazing to see what's going on there. Amazing what they've accomplished with, by the way, a fraction of the budget of say, NASA in the US. But incredible missions. And I would just start by saying, I think for India, with a historical space program that dates back more than 60 years, but always has been a catalyst for socioeconomic development in the nation. And yes, I think a long time dominated by the government entities, but now you can see and you can feel when you're there at the GLEX and other things, this energy that's coming from the private sector in India, the amount of interest and growth, and of course, by the way, congratulations on bidding for 28. I think it's going to be very competitive for the IAC, but I think...
Are you going to give us some hint?
I'm not in the CSAC meeting, so this is one where I wait for them to come and report. But of course, I think it would be a marvelous opportunity to come to Mumbai for the IAC. But let me just underscore that you get a sense of the energy and the commitment that's happening inside of India. I'm often asked, by the way, you know, when you talk to people that are not space people, they say, oh, why do we go to space? Why do we spend money on space? Why are we doing this? And I oftentimes use India as an example of a country that is committed, that is investing in this technology, and that is using it as a way to create economic growth, interest in science and engineering and math, that it is really important that we continue to push on these areas. And so the themes that you guys are doing, and I think it's a bridge, by the way, to the more emerging space countries around the world. You guys are like a beacon for where we're heading on this. And the missions that you've accomplished, you know, as I've mentioned this before, in Milan, when I watched the Chandrayaan-3, it was like a master class. And by the way, in the US, we keep crashing landers, okay? So maybe you guys can help a little bit with some of our companies that are tipping over. Yeah? Okay. But you guys really, it was amazing to see how the leadership is going and pushing forward. So congratulations on all you've achieved. And I think the GLEX was amazing, and we'll see what happens with the IAC for 28.
Yeah. Thank you, Clay. So next question is to our COSPAS. Pascal, the lot of things are happening in ISRO. So like NISR has happened, Aditya L1 has happened. How the scientific collaboration or cooperation can happen between the various countries using the data which is being produced by ISRO's mission?
Yeah. Thank you very much, and also thank you very much for inviting me here. I have been also to GLEX. It was really, really amazing, and I even got dressed there.
And I'm seeing you are in Indian attire today.
Yes. So I have to say that it is really, when you are in the country, when you are in India, it is very vibrant, and in particular, what I also want to say, that the young generation is really behind all that, and we had so many young people coming to us and asking for opportunities. So concerning COSPAR is now 67 years old, the Committee on Space Research, and it promotes international scientific cooperation. So it is a little bit different than the IAF because it focuses on space-based research. A lot of scientists, a lot of engineers, a little bit a different atmosphere than at the IAF. Of course, I love both. We also work with industry. And we have more than 14,000 associates over all fields of space. And we have about 960 Indian associates. So India is a very, very important...
That is from the academia side.
Sorry?
From academia?
We have 900 associates. So which come, or which are a part of COSPAR, which come to the assemblies, which are in our working groups. And we have actually also several commissions. The commissions on upper atmosphere and reference is led by an Indian professor from a physics laboratory. And we have a lot of activities. We have also capacity building workshops. One of them which will happen in Bangalore in 2 weeks from now. So just to say that with all these Indian associates within COSPAR, there are many workshops and opportunities to interact like here, also to interact in the science, research and engineering, space missions in order to foster Earth observations, planetary science, human spaceflight, and so on. And we are very, very happy. We have a lot of active participants, and they are very numerous, and they make a very, very valuable contribution to COSPA.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, I have a question to Chairman in space. I think, in fact, the next question is going to be same for you also, for me, Astrid also. See, both of you are having a both regulator as well as the promotion role. So first is, and then the startups companies mostly have three problems. One is demand, second is the finances, and then where is the technology? So technology, we have answered that ISRO has the technology, but then what are the initiative India has taken for investment in India from the foreign, on which segment they should be? Can you give us some to this audience?
So thank you, Rajiv. So first, let me thank Enrico and Clay, being president of IAF and head of the host agency. I'm sure you have a million things to do. To give time here to us is very, very kind of you. And you are very close to India. You know India very well. You have visited many times. And thank you for coming in Indian attire. You are the only woman in whole of IAC who is in Indian attire. So now, see, I also want to just put in perspective before I get to your question, that if you look at the history of Indian space sector, to think that in early 1960, the government of India and the leaders at that time invested in space when we did not have enough rice and wheat to feed our population. That was something really visionary. A lot of people criticized the government at that time that how can you afford to invest in space? And that's the result that we are getting now after 50, 60 years of that foresight that the leaders had at that time. So we should be thankful as Indians for our leaders at that time to think about prioritizing space when we didn't have food on our table. Right? Now, the journey that we have had, obviously, is very impressive. And now the next phase of the journey is the private sector coming in. And you asked the three very important elements of that success: demand, money, and technology. Right? So technology, though you said you have answered, but let me just focus a little bit more on technology, because in space, unlike many other sectors, without technology, we have nothing. There's no way you can cheat in space, because the rockets and satellites and payloads just will refuse to work if the technology is not right. And there, again, ISRO for Indian company is the treasure of technology that we have, and I'm thankful to the whole of ISRO to open up their sort of gates to make the technology available to the Indian private sector. And NCIL and in space is happy to play a role in transferring the technology to private sector. But that's only one source. The second source has to be technology coming from outside India. Right? And that's the reason, again, we are scouting here, looking to see what can rightfully be adopted by our companies to take to India. And third is the new development. And as you look at our private sector and you go around and see what they're doing, they're not simply copying technology. They are taking it forward and developing it further and adding to it. And that's the most exciting thing to me, that they are not happy just saying, let me take something from somewhere and just productionize it. So that's happening, and the research work, R&D work happening with Indian institutes and happening a little bit with overseas, as he mentioned, is again, so there are multiple things that are happening to feed that funnel of technology for the private sector. Coming to financing, financing is always difficult in a sector where the returns are not so obvious, because anybody who is investing in any sector needs to see that IRR. The word IRR is very important for investors. And in space, that's not proven yet. Okay? But that's the reason Indian government has put forward a fund of $120 million to fund Indian startups in space, so that that, in a sense, becomes a catalyst for funding. And we're beginning to see a lot of interest coming in. There is at least one company in India that has reached a valuation of $500 million, has raised $100 million already. And there are companies that are now in serious dialogues about funding. And funding is coming both from Indian sources and from sources outside India. Because as the companies look at, or investors look at, what is the potential of Indian space sector, in many sense, even though it's a 60-year-old sector, but in many sense, it's a sunrise sector because the private sector is very new and therefore opportunities are visible. Clearly, we need to see one or two big success stories before the investors become very serious about investing in Indian space sector, and I think that's around the corner. Yeah. I would think in the next 6 to 9 months, we'll have enough stories to tell on the success of Indian private sector so that money will easily come. Right? Yeah. So bees go where honey is. Yeah. And therefore, if we have success, we'll see that. The third is demand. Demand, I think, is the big elephant in the room, as I say, because today, in India specifically, and in many parts of the world, government is the primary customer for space, whether it is about upstream, whether it is about communication, whether it is about navigation, whether it is about Earth observation, applications, data, and so on and so forth. And India, I think 90-95% of demand is from government, right? So one of the things that we are working on right now is, along with Secretary Dawes, NSIL, and ISRO, to see how we can generate demand for the private sector for various things. And if you look at the satellites, for example, NSIL has recently given an order of 35 satellites, I think, or thereabouts, to private sector to be built for Indian government. And ISRO is giving subsystem demand to private sector. The PSLV rocket is being now made by private sector. NSIL is working with making of GSLV rocket. Mohan can talk more about it by private sector. So if I add up all of these things that are already on the table, we are talking about demand of at least $5 billion. Yeah. That's already there on the table over the next 8 to 10 years, right? So that's generated. Yeah. Now, when we look at the constellations that are being made by the private sector, and we have already given a contract to a private sector company, I say contract in a inverted comma because there's no money being given, but a contract given to a private sector company or consortium to make a consortium of 12 satellites, which will then generate data, which will then be bought by the government, which is currently being imported from outside India. Okay. So all of these various pieces, Rajiv, have to be put in place. And it's not a 3-month, 6-month, 1-year project. It's going to be a half-a-decade project before we can start seeing the demand flow happening, right? And then we look at the audience here, international audience, and it's a two-way street. The international companies are looking for demand from India, and Indian companies are looking for demand from outside India. And it has to be win-win that we have to create. So if you look at Australia, for example, it's a very good example of how we are serving the needs of each country. And it's not one country benefiting from it, it's both countries benefiting from it, right? Yeah. So we create demand for Indian companies in Australia and vice versa. And same kind of model we are trying to put in place everywhere else. So it's a very long answer to your question, but your question is the key to what we are talking about in this panel. And I hope that I'm able to put in perspective these 3 very important elements. The 4th element that you didn't bring in is the skill development. Because again, for skill, the source, everything is here. Yes. The source is there. And how do we transpose that skill to private sector in India also is one of the tasks that we have to take care of. Thank you very much.
Question to you, sir. I think, thank you. I think you brought perspective. 23 companies are there today in this conference from India who are exhibiting their product. Kindly go and visit that and see their potential, what they are doing.
In fact, there are 150 people from India who have come to IAC. This is the largest ever participation by far. So I promise that to you, Enrico. So 150 people have come from India, and only 7 from government. So 143 are from private sector.
Correct, sir. So I think there's one other question which normally I'll ask Secretary Department of Space. You talked about billion, you talked about 10% share, 10% the share of the global economy. But the economy will not come from the startups. They will be building a technology and they will take their own time, gestation time to build it. So how do you think the technology, the manufacturing has to come? So that probably the economy will be coming from manufacturing. So how ISRO is going to involve the industry for their own internal program for manufacturing of their own systems?
First of all, it's a very good question. Now, when you look at the current ISRO programs, for example, you take operational launches. We have got 4 operational launches. Take the PSLV as a vehicle, as an example. When a PSLV vehicle is getting launched by Government of India, probably people may be thinking that the entire money is spent by government in the government office. It is not true. Almost 80 to 85% cost is pumped in the Indian industries.
Correct.
And Indian industries are fully manufacturing the hardware. And then lot of material development takes place in the Indian industries. And fabrication takes place. So it is a total growth. Whenever a PSLV is taking place, hardly I will tell you, R&D content is very, very less. Already it is a developed vehicle. So really you understand once you launch this one and when you pump 80 to 85% money, then it brings a lot of job opportunities, a lot of transactions, things like that. Now when we talk about the current program, for example, let me take one of the current program. We are talking about a space station builder.
Correct.
Or similarly, satellite also same case. Satellite also, whenever we launch a satellite, it is not that entire money is spent in the office, in the government sector. And almost, I will say, 60 to 70% goes to the Indian industries. So that brings lot of growth. Now, when you talk about new development projects, for example, we are building a space station. And when you talk about a space station, again it is a R&D activity is involved. And don't think that R&D activity, the moment R&D activity, Mr. Goyanga told, R&D activity will be done by ISRO, and then a lot of realization will happen through the industries. R&D activity is what? Here hardware realization is involved. The brain work is done there. Project management is done in the government sector. But main work like hardware realization, and modules, components, modules, everything has to come from the Indian industries. Of course, we will realize through them. Now, for example, you take that particular activity, we need space suits, we need biosensors, we need pressure modules, environmental control and safety system. When you talk about the environmental control and safety system, and the development will take place in government sector. The core brain work will happen there, but entire realization of the hardware, assembly of the hardware, everything takes place in the industries. And here we are encouraging a lot of people to work in this area. Thereby, this economy grows. And the money flows and economy grows. So thereby, lot of business opportunities. Another one important thing I want to tell. Earlier, we were only talking about science activities. And now, the science activities are now, there was a time in academic institute, science activities means it will be finally getting translated in terms of some publications. But we are not talking about not that type of science today. And today, for example, I will tell you, in entire space sector, our activity was kept under 5 verticals. Launcher development, satellite development, application, human spaceflight program, and infrastructure development. Now we are giving a big push. Just 4 months back, we have brought the 6th vertical, the science and astronomy. And science is not simply fundamental R&D alone. It is application-linked R&D. When what for we are building a space station, a 52-ton space station is placed with spending crores, billions of dollars, and lot of core R&D activity has to come out. And like biomanufacturing, additive manufacturing, medicine development, and the microgravity experiments, everything should come yield results. So we are going to encourage private sectors, private players. It is not only government sector is going to do those R&D activities. We are going to invite a lot of things. In my opinion, this when we talk about that 8% or 10% space business, all these things has to come from all the entire thing. Manufacturing sector, development, material development, manufacturing, fundamental product development. Whenever we talk about science, don't think that development of some equations. No, it's the development of products. So those things really contribute in the economic growth.
Thank you. Thank you. Fully agree with you. So I think I'll have a question to, because time is running, I will take few questions from the audience also. So maybe a question to all of the whole panel, a quick response. What do you think? We talk about always sustainable space activities and also security, and you also, Clay, you are talking about investment, security, as well as the sustainability. So for all that to happen in private by industry, new player, new stakeholders, what is the one or two challenges which you want to tell about, which has to be taken care, starting from Clay?
So, SIA
regarding the international collaboration, when we talk about all these parameters.
So the SIS agenda that I implemented 3 years ago, it's the three, and by the way, I came up with that by listening in Dubai. What was the discussion that was happening in the room? And everyone was talking about these three themes. And we're really in, and it's interesting here to listen today, where we're now 3-4 years later, the dialogue about the commercial players that are coming. Because it really, I'd say all the time, we're a multi-actor space community now. Yeah. We've seen the number of active satellites go from 1,000 to over 11,000 in orbit in less than 10 years. This is incredible, order of magnitude more active spacecraft. Now, most of that is SpaceX, but there's more coming, all these constellations that are coming. So we need these things, and they're all interlinked: sustainability, investment, security. You can't get investment if you don't have a sustainable and secure environment to operate in. So it's very clear. These are the themes where, and I just did a panel on sustainability before with the experts talking about this very topic. So for me, it's critical, if we're going to see continued growth in space, that we have a framework for sharing data, for information, that we all can operate in space safely and securely, that you can see the investment continue into the sector, because it won't. If it's the Wild West up there, we won't have that kind of thing. And all it's going to take is one of these incidents where you create a huge debris field and you destroy an entire orbit for use. So this is where I think both, not only the IAF, but together with all the industry, with the players, with the international bodies, with the national agencies, that we need to come up with a common framework to continue on our path to growth. So,
thank you. Clarimo? You?
I think comprehensive answer from Clay. I think part of that is design with the end in mind. I think we're moving past a state where you can't think about the end of cycle or a circular approach and the impacts of your contribution. Where we have a relatively number of small Australian objects on orbit, but it's starting to increase rapidly as a percentage. And so how do we, both as the regulator and promoter, continue to develop the right norms and rules? And then on the security piece, one of the things we work with our sector is, particularly if you're developing new buses and new payloads, you've got to sort of be designing with cyber and hardened capabilities at the beginning. It's really expensive to come back after the fact and incorporate.
Yeah, thank you. And how do you balance your role? Normally we discuss your promoter also and regulator also in Australia.
Yeah, so we follow OECD governance practices for good regulation. We have processes. It's not a conflict of interest. It's really a conflict of duties. So our regulatory office, it does not intersect with our grants and promotion office.
Okay, thank you. Sir, do you?
Actually, I'm going to pass. So you asked me
challenge, asking you.
Okay, I'm going to
pass.
What is the one challenge? Hold on.
No, not the same question. What I'm saying is, what is the one challenge which you think for the international collaboration to happen for the new stakeholders?
One challenge is to create win-win.
Okay.
Because when you sit across the table, then there is a tendency to say what's in it for me.
Okay.
And what we have to think about is what's in it for them. And if we start thinking that way, I think things will change. Yeah. But I was going to pass this question because you had mentioned that question on demand technology and funding. You'll ask him also, which you. So if I can give my time to Enrico to get his view quickly on these three elements
demand
he talked about.
And technology and finance. So what is your view on that?
So on demand, we have a term in Australia, born global. So we encourage Australian companies, particularly in space, more so in space than other sectors, unless you're at the outset thinking about how you will create export opportunities and partnerships overseas, that's where your demand. So you need to look at a global demand. And the benefit is if you do launch something generally into space, you can access a global market. So that's how we think about demand. Technology, we're an emerging country in space in many ways, but also have a lot of depth of expertise. Australian professionals work in this space sector globally, in space agencies and many commercial companies around the planet. So we produce great talent in Australia. we look to international partnerships. Again, back to a win-win. Where can we contribute maybe our expertise in RF, radio frequency engineering, and then, you know, the expertise of ISRO, for example, in other areas. So I think to Chairman Goenka's view, I think looking to win-win in international partnerships. And also learning, we can leapfrog and move pretty quickly. The third was financing? Investment. So the formation of our agency, and I said this at the opening ceremony, has truly catalysed our sector. So if you look back to around 2018, 2017, we were seeing maybe $20–30 million of private investment, Australian dollars per annum. In 2024, we hit almost 300 million. So we've seen a 10x over that 6 to 7 years. The role of grant funding from government is very important. So we also track about $750 million invested privately into the Australian space sector since the agency was formed. And we see a rough correlation of about 450 million is related to companies that got grants to either advance TRL, develop space heritage, or enter supply chain. So there's a link there. We can't fund these companies to be commercially successful. They have to deliver an IAF for their investors, but we've definitely seen the right stimulus funding early in their life cycle is contributing to scale.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so...
Yeah, so I'm going to focus on the, in particular on the topic of sustainability, because COSPA is very strong involved in this topic. We have heard we are living in a space ecosystem. We have many, many different actors. And if you want to reach something for the future, if you want to have sustainable space activities for the future, we have to work internationally together. So COSPA, for instance, was the first observer in the United Nations, a space committee since 1962. And we are working today with industry, with the United Nations, and with all the space agencies, for instance, for planetary protection. We have a panel on planetary protection, and these are rules which are adhered to since 60 years. It's a soft law, but it works. And from the United States to India to Japan to China, everybody is adhering to and many of those committees in the United Nations actually are focusing on this topic, also on environmental stewardship. We have 150 missions going to the moon in the next 10 years, including, of course, the ones from India. We have to work really very, very strong together in order to have international agreement to be responsible.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, of course. So I think one of the questions which has come from the audience is to Clay. With advancement in AI and small satellite reusable launch vehicles, how do the IAF see India contributing to the global adoption of these technologies through partnership?
What was the beginning? I missed the beginning there.
With the advancement in AI.
AI.
And small satellites and reusable launch vehicles.
Okay, all three of those.
All three of them. And
ooh, wow, that's a small question.
A very big answer.
Wow.
You can try the AI and small satellites.
It's a good. Let me just say a couple of things. And I've been traveling a lot in my role as head of AIAA to go out and meet companies in the aerospace sector. And you see this theme on AI everywhere, right? Where you have young engineers actually teaching the mid-level guys about how to utilize AI. So they're just out of school. And the guys in their 40s and 50s like, how do you do it? And literally the young engineers are teaching them. I think like everything with AI, there's a lot of hype, but you still need personal involvement in this. You need a check on the quality. And so I think I did the Planet lunch earlier this week when they talked about you can do an AI in basically 2 days what it would have taken someone 7 years to do in terms of the amount of data coming in and the analysis when you think about Earth observation and decision making. So it's a huge game changer, by the way, if you're doing a fracture control plan or analysis on thrust vector control. I mean, you can really reduce the cycle time now by huge amounts. And I think this is the advantage, what you see in space right now, that and digital thread engineering. You add on top of that advanced manufacturing, additive manufacturing in terms of reducing time to produce. And then more importantly is sort of a psychological thing where we're willing to fail forward now. We're willing to try and break things. Where I think before we were very much, the old engineering approach and very careful and no failure. Failure was not an option. Yeah. And so when you put all those things together,
what you're seeing is a rapid acceleration in our sector, and it's really propelling forward the sector. I think more than I could have ever imagined in my first 30 years. We're seeing much more growth now because of these advances in technology. Reusable rockets for sure. We're driving down the cost of launch. Reusability is the future, and I worked on expendable vehicles for 20 years. Okay. But really reusability, and when you see SpaceX reusing a booster 40 times, I mean, this is something incredible, right? Okay. We see them trying to now push a second stage reusability. And we're seeing ESA's got a program now, the US. These things will have a huge impact on driving down the cost of access to space. Okay. We spend more money on the ground than we do in space, but getting to space has always been the problem. Yeah? So we got to get to space more cheaply.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think one of the questions which has come to Dr. Goenka, that what effort India is making in bringing the talent from overseas? Bringing talent from overseas? Yes, that brings skill set important, which is required for growth of the Indian space sector.
I think it's not so much about what any space is doing. It's more about what industry is doing. Yeah. Because many of the companies that are here in India are looking to see how they get talent and how they skill their people. And I wouldn't say that there is a tremendous exodus of people or sort of people coming in from other places into India, though there are a lot of Indians who are in the space sector outside India. But I have not yet seen a very large number of people. However, with some changes that are happening in US policy about employment, correct, I'm beginning to see resumes coming to us of people who are graduating and cannot settle in another country, thanks to some changes in regulation, wanting to come back to India and look for employment in the space sector. So maybe that will be something that will start happening, but it's just beginning. Yeah, so that is with the private companies. Yeah, please.
May I just add one thing? As I said, when we were at GLEX, we have seen these really enthusiastic young professionals in India, and I think there should be also more opportunities, to bring capacity building workshops. So we are just in 2 weeks, we are in Bangalore working on the galaxies on the resolved scale. So really teaching them data access, processing, analysis tool, modeling techniques, and I think these things can enhance the knowledge, within the country and satisfy this real big interest, in also staying in the country and continuing.
Yeah, it's not only the launch vehicles and even data processing is the one area with a lot of contribution.
Data analysis is of course something very important.
Yeah. So I think I have a last question from the audience, which has come to ISRO, saying that how the involvement of government and involvement of the academia and the private sector for their Gaganyaan, and whether there is any opportunity for them, for the private companies, for the station.
There are a lot of, as I told, there are a lot of opportunities. Yeah. For example, you take Gaganyaan as a program. Now, Gaganyaan plus the continuation of the Gaganyaan program, the government has approved 20,000 crore, is the budget what is approved. Now, the entire vehicle build-up, realization, and orbital module realization, all the hardware realization is happening only in the private sector. That is one part of it. Second thing is, when we have to sustain this program and go ahead, we have to have lot of further activities. For example, some of the places today we are laying on international partners. But if this activity has to continue for another 20 years or 25 years, because human spaceflight program in India is not only one program. Now, Honorable Prime Minister of India, as the minister in charge, a clear roadmap is there. In fact, we are going to continue the program. And 8 missions are approved as Gaganyaan continuation program. Originally, there were only 3 missions. Now, 8 missions. Plus, we are also having plan for crewed mission to moon. So, slowly, the private companies, private system has to come out in a big way. We are thinking of going with full product development in the private systems. And that is one aspect. Second thing is, all these things, when you talk about this type of programs, a space station or this type of things are meant for, again, development of new products, not fundamental R&D alone, new products. So thereby, the startup companies, private companies has got lot of role to really play. And again, as it was told, for example, artificial intelligence, robotics. I still remember 35 or 40 years back when the computers were coming, before computers were brought inside the academic institutions, we were doing hand calculations. I will tell you, probably a lot of people will be knowing, I will tell you one small example, how the computers helped. For example, you talk about a modeling of a rocket engine, cryogenic rocket engine. The entire transient of a rocket engine takes 8 seconds. And we have to really ensure prediction of the system and ensure the safe starting of the system. So each millisecond, rather every 100 milliseconds we used to predict. And then varying the wall timing, everything. I want to tell my own experience to do one calculation I have done. I wanted to understand the computer capability, I have done one hand calculation. One hand calculation to converge for one step, it took almost 16 hours, continuous hand calculation. Like that, to complete the entire transient, what is the time involved? Something around 1 lakh computation has to be done. Then who can sit and do this computation? Only computer can do. Today, we are talking about this artificial intelligence coming inside, which is going to be at least 10 times faster, efficient than ordinary computer systems. And without that, probably we cannot think about this type of advanced technologies system later. So today, you go to any college, any academia, people talk about robotics, artificial intelligence, everything. And without robotics, artificial intelligence, we cannot talk about a advanced system. So I want to tell one thing. If somebody has to enjoy swimming, you have to jump inside water. Standing outside, studying, whether swimming, what will happen, this will happen, you will be only standing outside. Please jump inside, you will enjoy, you will succeed. So this is what I want to tell to the startup companies, academia, and private companies, those who wants to be in the space business. If you are going on analysis, like without touching the water, doing analysis, you will be doing analysis for 10 years, you will not even touch the water.
We have to
Don't
be in
do
orbit.
that. Simply jump inside. You will enjoy. There are a lot of opportunities.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think, I hope you all enjoy the discussion. Thank you very much. Please join me and give a big hand and applause to all the delegates. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
build a space station. space system, mission control system, the communications and tracking system, and the services and training systems all need to work together in the formation of a space station. Each has its own owner, its own purpose, its own life cycle. Yet, collectively, they must deliver outcomes of a space station. Consider now the challenges to be tackled by systems architects and engineers. There is difficult. There is operational priorities.
Sí.
Dropouts in 10 minutes.
Sí.
Welcome everyone. Please take your seats as we are about to begin the next session called Success in Space Through Security, Investment and Sustainability. Please help me in welcoming on stage Clay Maury, IAF President.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming. I know it's just after lunch, so hopefully we'll have a lively discussion. No one will take a nap. I think this is my third time on this stage today, so I'm getting quite comfortable here. I was in a sustainability event earlier this morning, and then I did one with the Indian community, the Indian space community, and now the one that's most dear to my heart, which is SIS. So the SIS agenda came, for every president of the IAF, you come in and you're allowed to have sort of a topical area or a mandate that you want to do for the next 3 years of your term. And so, I was elected in Dubai 4 years ago, and I sat during that event, that IAC, and I listened. I went to a lot of sessions, I listened to a lot of the conversations, and really, how did I come up with these 3 themes, sustainability, investment, and security? It was by listening to people that were at that event, and I heard recurringly these 3 themes. And I'm often asked when we talk about this topic, how do they interrelate? The IAF, why are you doing security? Right? Victoria, we're going to talk about that. Investment, we don't understand. Is it public? Is it private? Sustainability, are you talking about sustainability up there or sustainability down here? And by the way, the Australians are now saying sustaining life in space. So they've added a 3rd dimension to the prospect of sustainability. So it's a great topic area, but I'll tell you, in my mind, all 3 are completely interconnected, but I want to hear from our panelists as well. Because you can't have investment in space if you don't have a sustainable place to invest and a secure environment to operate. So all 3, for me, they're all related. And why? We've seen a transformation in space over the last 5 to 10 years, depending on how you want to look at the horizon. An incredible number of actors now in space. We've seen a 10-fold increase in order of magnitude in terms of the number of operational satellites in orbit. We've seen billions and billions of dollars in new private capital flowing in to our sector. We've seen commercial actors in terms of operational spacecraft overtake all of the public sector actors that are out there. And by the way, one company, and we can talk about it, SpaceX, is now the dominant, but a lot more coming online in this area. And I like to think of space now as a much more multi-actor world, or I should say universe. Much more multi-actor. In the past, you kind of had the commercial guys doing their ComSat stuff, you had the space agencies doing their thing on exploration, on human spaceflight, on science, nerd sciences, but now we have a whole nother set of commercial actors that are involved in this segment. And really it is, you can call it new space or space 3.0 or whatever you want to use as the moniker, but we're in a different era. I've been working in space for 30 years, and the last 5 years is a completely new paradigm. And so want to talk with the task force leaders that thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for all the work you've done over the past 3 years on this topic area. That I just wanted to do from a setup standpoint, and then we can dive in. But Joe, I want to start with you because you're kind of the leader of the pack here. Can you give us some thoughts about SIS and how this has gone over the last 3 years and where we're going?
Yeah, thanks, Clay. And it was really a opportunity that I really cherished and am grateful for to lead the SIS initiative that Clay envisioned. I think it really was prescient, and it was the right timing to focus on these topics. Particularly, all 3 really are really important. I think the IAF, looking across the portfolio when we started, sustainability maybe was the most mature at the time, and security maybe the least, but all 3 have really great importance. And I think we've made great strides over the last 3 years to incorporate these 3 themes really throughout all the content and activities of the IAF through events and programming at the IAC and other papers and whatnot that we've done. So it has been really important. I think that these 3 themes are also not going away. They're just getting more important. And I think that if we look ahead to the future of the space sector, investment, security, and sustainability, I think we'll get into this, but they're all interconnected, and it's a cycle. You can't have one without the other, and they lead to more investment and more security and more sustainability if you do it right. So it's important that the IAF maintains focus on these themes and makes good decisions and convenes all the stakeholders here, which is our unique ability to do, to keep these 3 themes front and center.
All right. So let's get into why they're important. And I don't know, I'm going to start with the big sustainability S down here. Agnieszka, you want to talk a little bit about, from the sustainability standpoint, why are these themes, why are they important from your standpoint, doing sustainability? You'd worked for Planet for years, so maybe you can bring some of that perspective as well. How do you think about it, and how are they interconnected?
Yeah, thank you, Clay. Absolutely. I think sustainability was, on the one hand, it's the easiest one to talk about out of these three, because it's clear that space technology has a direct impact on sustainability on Earth, right? So from climate change monitoring to biodiversity monitoring, environmental issues, et cetera, et cetera. But we've always struggled within the space sector with connecting what we do with the real world out there. So for us, it's obvious, but for most of the world, it wasn't, or it isn't. We have a tendency to talk to ourselves rather than talk to people outside. And it's been really important for us to kind of make those connections and build those bridges, so that we show that space sector is really this sort of horizontal sector rather than vertical, that we impact so many different areas of life. And it is a huge part of today's economy and the well-being of humans on Earth. And but to be able to deliver on our promises, we also have to make sure that we keep the space environment sustainable, right? Because it is limited, especially the orbits that we use, which are limited. And it's something that has been very, very interesting for us to work on, because we've actually came outside of our little space or IAF box, and we've been bringing in experts and talking to people who actually are the users of what we are producing and what we are creating, and to kind of showing that space environment, because a lot of times when you go and talk to, I have these conversations with Uber drivers, I don't know why, but I like oversharing with Uber drivers a lot, and they often, I will ask you, what do you do, like, or where are you going, when I mention space, they think it's like, oh, it's super weird, right? And they think, oh, so you want to be an astronaut, or you want to, you're chasing aliens, whatever, because that's what people associate with space. And there's nothing wrong with that, except that there's just so much more than that. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, well, you're driving me using navigation, right? PNT, like this is space. And I think this is the connection that we're lacking, that we're not very good at making often. So our task force was trying to do that. And it's now I think we can proudly say that IAF is organizing GLOC, which is the Global Conference on Climate. Next year is going to be in Rwanda. We had one, was it a year or 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
2 years ago in Oslo. And so it's not just about looking from here up, but looking from up there down, and that it really benefits the society as a whole. So that's something that we've been working on, and it's been really exciting. Collaboration with experts from all over the world, and I'm very fortunate that I was able to lead those efforts.
Thank you. Just a few numbers, huh? Last year, 263 orbital launches worldwide. U.S. doubled the number of launches that they did last year. 700% increase in the number of satellites in orbit over the past decade. Over 11,000 functioning spacecraft in orbit now. And we expect that the number of satellites are going to grow to at least 50,000 by the end of this decade, if all these mega constellations come online, and up to 100,000 within 10 years. Yeah, and we're tracking at the same time 50,000 pieces of space debris that is bigger than 10 centimeters. So it's getting crowded up there, yeah.
It is getting crowded, and we can't, we cannot pretend that we have a tendency, I think, as humans to make decisions where something bad happens, right? Yeah. And then we start scratching our heads. They're like, maybe we should avoid. But it's really good to think about it, because we are all taking advantage of it. So it's in everybody's interest, right, to make sure that we operate safely in space.
Victoria, I think we'll just roll right into the security piece, because I think it's kind of a natural segue. Why don't you talk a little bit about what security and what it means?
Sure. Thank you, Clay. So the Security Task Force, that was the one that was the most complicated. And I think as a topic, it is sensitive here at the IAC and the IAF in general, just because, when the IAF was created, it was during the Cold War, and the thinking was, okay, we're going to try and make an organization that is truly international, that can keep separate from the geopolitical concerns and be able to get away from that. again, that made sense like decades ago, but we're in a different environment, in a different operating domain. The technologies has changed, the number of actors have changed, the type of actors have changed, the type of activities have changed. And so you can no longer say, well, there's a fine line between security space and civil space. There's a fine line between different actors. It just all blurs, you know? And actions by one entity can affect everyone's ability to utilize space. And so you can say, well, I'm here and I'm running my civil space program or using it to monitor our crops, and we have no dogs in this fight. We have zero interest in your geopolitical, arguments. Leave us out of this. Would that we could. Unfortunately, if there's some sort of action that creates like debris in orbit, let's say someone decides to shoot down another country's satellite, or even to test against their own satellite, we know what's going to happen. There's going to be hundreds, if not thousands, of pieces of debris that are in orbit. And debris is agnostic. It's going to affect you whether or not you're a rival or if you are an ally of the person who created it. And so there's really a need for all actors to be involved in this conversation because it will affect you. And again, even if I use the example of, let's say you have your space program, even if you don't have a space program, every single person on this planet is a user of space data or services in some way, shape, or form. And so it's to everyone's benefit to make sure that there's no interruption, degradation, interference, spoofing, some sort of danger to your access to or use of the space data and services. And so that's why I think it's important to have a security discussion as part of this, because security issues are a key part of sustainability. They're two sides of the same coin. Things that are created that make space unstable can absolutely affect the long-term ability to utilize it, and that in essence, is space sustainability. And again, going on to the other part of this, the investment part, if companies or countries are investing large sums in technologies and companies to be able to operate in the space domain, if there's some sort of activity or conflict that makes the domain complicated to work in, cluttered, and difficult, that's going to be a draw against your investment. It's going to make it more expensive to use. And so that makes it a more complicated way to develop an operating space economy, to develop your space sector, develop your industry, to get the benefits from space that you want to get, whether it's looking at an economic level or the knowledge that you're learning from having those activities. And so again, that's really why I think it's important to have a security part of the conversation. And obviously I feel very passionate about it, but really it's been a challenge for this.
We have a security committee, just in case anybody's worried.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very active, and it was a great discussion. I was stopped in the other day to listen. Debris is agnostic. I'm going to use. Can I use that one? I love that. Debris is agnostic. I also love every nation has a border with space. That's one of my favorite ones. Pam Elroy. It's the first time I ever heard it. I was like, I love that. All right, Carissa, the money. We need the money, right? No bucks, Rogers, right?
So investment is really interesting. And it's really interesting right now in a way that it didn't used to be. So for a long time, we as a space community, we were a little island. We spoke roughly the same language. Sometimes, we'd struggle a little bit. We'd say, oh, this government agency has different priorities than that one. This business is competing with that one. But really, we were all roughly on the same page. And we talked about the importance of investment. And what that meant was committing relatively stable funding to relatively predictable programs. And even for all of the commercial activity that existed in the 90s and 2000s, those were big multinational companies dealing with big financial institutions, speaking a language of stability and predictability. And then we got invaded. And we got invaded by the venture capital community, led by a few very loud, very ambitious billionaires who were followed by investors of a type that had never been in space before and who spoke a completely different language. So for a long time, you weren't going to have venture investment in space, and that's basically a bunch of very rich people who club together and invest to try to generate very high returns and take risks while they do it. And they invest a little, and then when they sort of prove a concept in a company, they invest more and then more. And that doesn't really work if you're trying to build a $500 million satellite. You can't build a tenth of a $500 million satellite and see how that goes. The technology breakthrough of small sats had pretty much enabled venture investment in space. And so suddenly the community is dealing with investors who are seeking massive returns, 10 times, 100 times returns, who are tolerating a huge amount of risk. You really don't ever think of a major space company in terms of, is it going to be around next year? But startup space companies funded by venture investment, that's a core part of their identity. Are they going to make it to next year? What's that going to look like? And so the investment task force has really been a fascinating effort to try to extract the common interests and the common conversation and the common currency of these communities that are coming together. So all of the transformation Clay just talked about, 10 times as many satellites in the sky, 2.5 times as many launches, dozens more launch vehicles, hundreds of companies globally. That over the last decade has been enabled by venture capital coming into the space community. Now, that's changed the way all those other investors and actors have behaved, and it's sort of positioned us to the question of what next. And I think that actually from an investment standpoint, that's a bit of a hard question. So we'll talk about that later.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to build on that, Chris. I think you brought up a good point about how the sector started as government funding and big companies allocating capital, like in a very traditional way. And then this new venture capital came in, which has different risks and different expectations. But that traditional government and big company capital is still here too,
Sure.
right?
And responding
exactly,
to venture capital.
Right. So we have all of it, which is good for the industry. But they do have very different needs and very different ways of deciding how to allocate that capital.
Joe, I was going to ask, so, as chairing this and trying to pull it all together, how did it fit within the IAF construct, right? And maybe all of you guys can answer this question, but maybe from your standpoint, Joe, did it fit well, not? What was the challenge?
I think it fit well in some areas and others not. I think that what we did was, as you've heard, we formed these 3 task forces, and one of the objectives was to bring new people in that weren't already engaging in the IAF, and these task forces were an avenue to do that. And I think we were very successful at attracting folks to come in and engage in the IAF. So that in that way, it fit really well because we brought new constituencies into the IAF. But I think what we're looking to do now, maybe we'll talk about this more later, is integrate these the work that we did into some of the more traditional committee structures and other organizations and structures within the IAF, which I think will be able to carry this forward.
Yeah, we've done that with 3G, which was Jean-Yves' platform way back in the day, and that still it permeates today in our diversity initiative stuff. So it's nice to see that some of these things do carry on like that. Any other observations about how this fit?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I'm going to speak to 3 dimensions, two dimensions of which I think fit extremely well, and one where it struggled. So dimension 1, the community, participants at conferences, task force members, people engaging in this discussion and this journey, huge amount of energy and enthusiasm. I think that these topics have been resonant, and we've really seen that in the response. I would say that across the IAF team, same resonance. I think that the sense of the importance of these topics, an intellectually rigorous interest in how they work, absolutely. I think institutionally, this has been challenging because we're sort of trying to insert a different kind of structure, and we all made strong efforts, I think, to engage with the committee structure, to fit some activities into the IAC. But this event, there's a lot going on. This organization, it has a lot on its plate, and so adding another item to the
3,000 speakers now.
Yeah, has been challenging. So I think that I think you hit it out of the park on topics, and I'm so grateful for all the participation and engagement. And I think that this kind of president's overlay, it's always challenging.
So everybody's aware, when we set this thing up, we kind of looked at all the committees that were out there. We kind of created a matrix around this, and Joe and all the task force leaders looked how to communicate through that matrix of the IAF. And so we thought about it, but kind of hit and miss sometimes with how it landed. I don't know, Victoria, you have any observations?
Yeah, and again, I think the security one, that's the most complicated one. There's a space security committee for the IAF, but they do not have a paper session. And it's meant more just as a way to exchange ideas. For example, we had our meeting yesterday, and we had updates on U.S. space policy. I talked about Golden Dome as an update. You know, some other people talked about some UN discussions. So it's more, I think, a traditional exchange of ideas. So the security task force and trying to figure out, like, how do we bring value? How do we, sprinkle security into the conversations at the IAC and the other IAF events? We've really focused more on just kind of making the case of why we should be part of the conversation. It is really low-hanging fruit, saying, okay, this is relevant, it's important. So when you're talking about sustainability issues, you're talking about debris, you're talking about investment, you need to include just an acknowledgement of the security side of the conversation. So in that respect, I think definitely you're starting to see more, acknowledgments of that. You're seeing more papers along those lines, and hopefully we'll continue to see this build as as IAC grows and evolves and matures, and as our use of space evolves and matures. We'll have to bring the security element, but really, it's kind of like we had a very low bar. We like to think that we met it.
Well, we also, there is real evidence of security being more integrated into the conference. We've had a session last year on security and sustainability and how it intertwines, and there's a GNF this year on tactically responsive space with great companies like Portal and Firefly and others having a direct conversation, main stage here at IAC.
Agnieszka, any thoughts?
Yeah, of course. And I think even adding on this security topic, as you have mentioned, Victoria, the world has been changing, right? If you look at Europe right now, they would have never talked about space and defense. ESA would never talk about it. Commission would never talk about it. But we live in a very different world right now, and all of a sudden, this is like we cannot afford not to talk about space security and to keep it isolated from the rest. It's all connected. So it is what it is. Sustainability is easier because, you would be a very bad person if you didn't care about sustainability, right? So you don't have to convince anybody that sustainability is something positive and that this is something we should all care about. And so I think that part was easy. But institutionally, as Carissa said, it's changes are always difficult, and especially in a big organization. IAF, it's a huge organization, and it's an old organization, right? So changes are slow, and it's not like it's not a agile new space type of beast. That's why it's so important that leaders like the president actually try to shake things a little bit and are not afraid to do so. So I think what you did, Clay, was extremely important, because regardless if this will continue or not, there was that we inserted this kind of new way of thinking, which I'm sure it's going to have its mark. And hopefully a future leadership will continue to do that. If not with these task forces, with something else, that we cannot afford do things the same way for decades. We have to adapt to the new reality.
I always like to say that for people, for organizations, your superpower is also your kryptonite. And I think that's very much true as we talk about this institution. The continuity, the history, the global relationships, the stability, that's a superpower in terms of global space organizations. It also creates a little bit of kryptonite in incorporating change.
Yeah, born from the Cold War, and we still serve in many ways its purpose. And I'll tell you, as president, and we're trying to organize these things, every year we end up with political debates and things and visas that don't get granted and topics and issues. It doesn't matter if we go to Baku or Jerusalem or even here. When you think this there were some people didn't get their visas, and different things happen no matter where we go. We're trying to bring the global community. But let me pivot for a second, because I heard this theme a little bit, and we discussed it on the sustainability session I did this morning, which is culture or multicultural, right? You talked a little bit about who's talking to who and how. And when we talk about this issue of sustainability and security and even the investment piece, this idea that different space actors are different culturally, like if you're from China or you're from Japan or the US, or culturally you might think about it differently. Yeah. You might think about the commons of space differently. You might think about how you operate in space, How do you invest in space? Does the money come from the private sector, the public sector? What's the risk tolerance? Can you guys talk a little bit about the culture and what you see in the topic areas and how it relates back to culture?
Yeah, of course. I mean, culture is a huge component, and it's also something that's very difficult to change, right? Because it's rooted in something, in a way of thinking, and I think this is why, and maybe this is going to get like much more political. But again, I'm based in Europe, and like there has been a huge shift in of how you look at things and kind of culture in doing space, because of the world around us forced us to do so. And there has been that culture of looking at space purely from a civil perspective in Europe for so long. And many would argue now that maybe that wasn't the right way to approach, just because we are behind and because we cannot meet certain challenges right now. And so that kind of culture is changing and it's shifting in places like Europe. And you also look at companies like, for instance, I can mention Planet, where I was working for 8 years. The culture of that company was purely, we're going to do commercial, we're mission driven, we want to save the environment, we're not going to depend on governments. And this was really genuine. This wasn't a PR stand, right? This was the culture of that company, and they were hiring people only who kind of fit into that culture. But then the world happened, and they had to, that culture had to be changed, not only to survive as a company, but also to have an impact, continue to have an impact, but from just a very different angle. So you cannot be stuck in.
Yeah, I was on the panel with ISRO and InSpace earlier today, and all they could talk about was the private sector in India, which 10 years ago,
huge.
you
No,
never would have.
3 years ago.
3
years ago.
yeah, you
Like,
never
they would have
heard
been like,
the
no
topic,
such
yeah.
thing.
And they kept sorry, go ahead, just, yeah, go ahead.
No, this is, I mean, you're absolutely right. This is it. And also, like, the private sector in general, when you go back at, like, for instance, I look at COPUS and conversation there, I mean, the culture is changing, and it's a fact.
Yeah,
Victoria,
to go into the security side for culture, I mean, there's been a huge shift. I mean, for many decades, security space was the provenance of government actors, military entities, basically the geopolitical superpowers. And you were looking at the private sector maybe being there as part of support. And then, of course, from the U.S. perspective, they didn't really talk about space being a warfighting domain. They talked space as a sanctuary, that sort of things. And then really within the past 10 years, the pendulum has just swung the other direction, where the U.S. started up, many countries started up space forces, the U.S., China, Russia, France, Japan. The UK's got a space command, Australia's got a space command, Germany's got a space command. All these organizations you're starting to see a rise, a proliferation of military space organizations as more countries find themselves dependent upon space for national security reasons. And so they're saying, okay, we need to have some sort of military organization to support it. And so I think with that proliferation of interest in military space, I think it's really shifted how people talk about space security issues and what they're willing to talk about. And I was just reading today, an article that came out in Space News about a news story about how Canada is talking about the need to develop, counter space capabilities, that the need to be able to have offensive capabilities. I'm like, Canada, that's unusual. So I mean, I think we're starting to see a normalization of these topics, and so with that, I think it is really important to have opportunities like we have here at the IAC and the IAF to have these international discussions to say, well, what do you see as responsible behavior? What do you see as risky behavior? Because there's not commonality, there's not a common understanding, and frankly, even the understanding of the language is different. In English, we differentiate between safety and security, but many languages do not. And so when you're trying to talk about, well, I find this as an affront to space flight safety versus space security, and in English we think we're making two different points, in other languages you're not, you're just talking past each other. So I think it's very important to have these conversations here.
Lisa Campbell said that space is a warfighting domain, and I was going, okay, Lisa, all right,
Right.
Go ahead, Chris.
We've changed the venture capital culture. When this surge of venture capital investment coming into startup space companies, it began roughly a decade ago. there was very much a focus on commercial, retail, industrial customers, not government customers. And it wasn't just, oh, we're less interested in government customers. It was kind of a repudiation of the government as a customer. Government is slow. Government is not going to let us scale. Government is not what we're interested in. I had some conversations that make me smile these days about that very topic with startup founders. And in fact, because of the time frame for space capabilities, because of the capital intensivity, because of the expertise that's resident in many government agencies in many spacefaring nations, and because of the transformation of the global geopolitical environment to one of higher conflict, space, I think, has been a bit of a bellwether for the shift to defense tech in Silicon Valley and other venture capital communities. So it's not just national culture, it's not just the space community culture getting changed. We're affecting the world as well in some unexpected ways.
Yeah, just to double click on that, the change between in the approach of the venture capital community towards national security could not have been more stark. I think if you remember Google Project Maven, where the employees of Google basically revolted because they were going to work for on a government program. Companies like Palantir relocated their headquarters from Silicon Valley to Colorado because they weren't welcome there.
Yep.
Now, venture capital really is being led by the defense tech funds, and that is, you know, the number one subsector.
And I think space was really kind of at the pointy end of that spear.
And maybe if I can add to that also that the kind of a general culture of like doing business. So space, we're often a collateral damage of like larger political discussions, right? So you also see this shift where, and this is something that I'm not excited about, is that like I feel like international cooperation is suffering right now, right? Especially the transatlantic cooperation. It's all about being autonomous. It's all about being sovereign. It's all about protectionism. On many fronts, and also space, which is not exactly what we want to have in the space sector. That's why I think events like this one are extremely important, because it's a very rare opportunity where actually all do get together and talk to each other. And even though the big bosses in gray suits in our capitals, don't get up, we're still trying to conspire a little bit how to make something work.
I would argue that I absolutely agree. We're seeing global cooperation under pressure and weakening. But we're seeing new bilateral and multilateral relationships emerge that are very interesting as a result, I think, of that pressure.
Right. It's not just a spoken wheel anymore. You're seeing it connected across the different ways.
That's motivated Europe in a way that not before, yeah?
Absolutely.
Agnieszka's right. Like, there are countries that want their own sovereign capability, and that's just, looking at this through the SIS lens. That's a security imperative that is driving more investment, because now we need more than one a remote sensing constellation or PNT constellation. And then that drives a sustainability challenge, because now we've got 5 PNT constellations.
And is it necessary?
Oh, back to the days of the GPS Galileo. Yeah, that seemed like a long time ago now. No, and I was at this Global Space Leaders Summit the other day with the 50 space leaders from, more than 50 space leaders from, and you heard the emerging space countries talk about how it's a necessity now to be in space. It's not a nice to have, it's not a national flag program, but the use of space and the applications of space is a necessity for them. And they view it that way, and they want very much to be led by the other countries of the world that have actually and learned from them to take them along that path, because they know that they can't just do it from scratch, to start from scratch.
Right. You can't just reinvent the wheel. They shouldn't be reinventing the wheel. They're coming
Exactly.
in 6 decades of the space age. They should be opportunity to learn from what has worked and what has not worked.
I wrote an op-ed in Nature 3 years ago now, and I'm going to do a commercial for it because it's relevant to this, because I think the topic is so important. It was a very simple little piece, and all it said was, every country needs a space agency. And I think that it's to have a seat at the table for those conversations. There's a difference between saying that person who is third down in our telecoms agency is also our space person, versus leaving that person in the same office with the same budget and almost the same authorities and saying, this is our space agency now, and that's the head. It it is significantly more useful in terms of having a voice and a position at the table.
Artie was
globally.
talking about she was talking about that the other day, and I think she's right, which is, there's this issue of including, right, some of these emerging countries and developing countries into this debate, and that it's really a necessity, right? I think that's exactly right.
And it's easier to send the invite, essentially,
Yeah.
if they've got an agency and a head.
Yeah.
I will say, we do, my organization, the Secure World Foundation, we do a lot of regional dialogues to build capacity for a lot of these discussions. And you're right, I mean, just in terms of like knowing even who to invite, I remember we've had dialogues where someone sends a volcanologist, they're like, yeah, it's the best we could do, And so we're like, okay, obviously, but they get benefits in space and they want to be part of the conversation. And so I think being able to enhance their capabilities and knowledge, I think it's really important. Again, to keep being the drama of
I think
part of the
any of our
conversation.
meetings would be enhanced by more volcanologists.
I mean, I can always do with more volcanologists, so.
How do I live long and break? Yeah, not that kind of Vulcan. I always have to bring back a science fiction reference. Joe, what do we do next in terms of carrying this forward, and then I'll have the rest of the panel talk about it, but from your perspective, leading this effort, how do we do it? How do we integrate it? What's the opportunity there?
I think it's a little different for the 3 different areas. I think the sustainability task force was already fairly well ingrained and has built that even stronger. There's the GLOC climate events that are happening, and I think Agnieszka is going on to be a leader in that formulation of that conference.
We tried to do a security event, and then all hell broke loose in the Middle East.
Right. So I think for security,
we tried, but it just didn't. The timing was bad.
Yeah. But the IAF is planning to do another, I think we call it the GLOS conference, a global conference on security in space. And that is going to be another event coming up, sort of opposite on a 2-year schedule of the GLOC.
So GLEX, GLOC, and GLOS.
GLOS. Yes.
It's really easy, yeah.
But I think there's other things. I think if you look at the security committee that Victoria mentioned before, it's a very academic committee, and I think there's opportunity for folks, if you're in industry and working on space security topics, let's get involved in those committees and have more industry folks involved in those committees and vice versa on some of the other academic committees. And I think investment, the IAF really, I believe, serves or has a unique opportunity to educate and inform and bring in investors to the space sector. And this is something that, worked with Carissa on to really try to do, and there's a lot of work left to do there. And I think it's going to take a sustained effort to continue to evangelize this sector, especially with later stage investors. I think venture capital understands or is understanding the sector better, but later stage capital needs more hand-holding.
Just a couple stats there, which is 45% of the members of the IAF now come from industry. We're now at 604 members organizations as part of this organization. And it's more than half of the, by the way, more than half of the revenue is coming from industry into this, which this goes to this multi-actor community that we have here. And so, but we're underrepresented in terms of industry on technical committees. We're underrepresented with industry in terms of the bureau that runs this organization. I'm one of the few people that came from industry into that. Joe, you're aware from your days at Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin's been very active, but we don't get a ton of industry committed because they're trying to make money. They're focused on something else. But we need them as part of the dialogue. So just wanted to make that point. Go ahead, Chris.
So let's talk specifically about engaging investor communities. There's kind of 2 situations. Situation 1 is I, a member of this investor community, am interested in space. Then there's so much knowledge and insight to be gained at this conference. There are relevant papers. It's really impressive what some of the financial and economic committees are doing and some of the work that's going on there. There are people to talk to. There are events to hear about. It's and there's participation and engagement. If this is, in a reasonable part of the world for you, you're going to show up at this event. There's a long laundry list of things we could do to make that a bit easier or maybe a bit more productive for them, but they're focusing. Where the other use case is there's an investor that might be interested in space if they knew more about it. And that's where we really struggle because they're not going to come for a week. They're probably not going to pay a registration. They're not going to have the patience to extract relevant content from broader committee sessions. So I do think there's an opportunity for a fast food, a drive-through version for potentially interested investors to give them a little bit of exposure to this event. And you know, there's some really glamorous pieces of this event. There's astronauts and head of agencies. There's Clay. You know, there's a lot.
So glamorous.
There's a lot that people would like to get access to. So I think there's an opportunity going forward in that regard. And I'm speaking there particularly to the venture capital community. And then there's another gap in terms of investment, and that's private equity. That is, and again, wildly oversimplifying, when you have a bunch of venture capital in a bunch of startup companies, the model is, the hope is, some of those companies, usually a small proportion, some of those companies will grow rapidly and successfully, will have a path to even greater growth in the future, and they will attract investment, private equity investment at a larger scale to enable them to scale up and institutionalize and become kind of permanent financial players. That's kind of the vision, and we're not there. Space generally, and there are exceptions, we're generally not attracting private equity. Companies are not at that point. I do think that's gonna shift as we see more national security expenditure focused on venture-funded space companies. They'll have more predictable revenue, and they'll have more clear growth paths. But I think that in terms of a strategic gap going forward, relationships with private equity communities, and that's probably got to happen by engaging national leadership as well, is something that this organization would benefit from thinking about.
Right, and I see we're getting close on time, so I don't want to belabor the point, but kind of just echo it. But you know, from the security perspective, you know, as more countries develop military space organizations and invest in military space capabilities and are interested in the security conversation, I think there's a benefit to getting them to a truly international discussion. That is not here. You know, that is the Space Symposium in the United States, but that is just friends and family of the United States. It does not bring in all the actors, the stakeholders are involved in the conversation, definitely not all the major players in terms of space security issues. And so I think looking ahead to figure out ways in which to make it acceptable for military space folks to come here and get them involved in the conversation, I think that's a long-term goal, but then one that's definitely worthy of attempting.
I want to add one thing very quickly. I don't want to make it sound like we haven't accomplished anything. Just a quick resume. The investment task force included people from the Asia-Pacific region, from the Middle East, from Europe, and from North and South America. I want to thank Elżbieta Jablonska, who was an incredibly active member of the task force. We've conducted investment briefings each year featuring experts speaking about the path of the space economy and space markets. We've engaged with investors. So I really do want to thank you, Clay, and also thank everybody here, because we worked as a team for enabling us to do that.
Maybe just one last thing from me that I just wanted to kind of highlight that I want to make sure that kind of the excitement about sustainability doesn't go away, because I feel there's so much focus in general, and I don't mean like here, but just in general, and the focus is shifted to security and defense. And I always remind everybody that just because we have conflicts in the world, and just because defense and security is a priority, it doesn't mean that the issues with environment, climate have stopped or slowed down. So this is also an emergency, and this is also very important, and we as a sector can play a very big role in that. So I would like to, I kind of always urge people not to lose that focus.
Everybody keeps asking me what I'm going to be doing once I'm done with being president of the IAS. Maybe I should start the IAF Space Force. What do you think? You know? I'm kidding. Kidding.
Someone just had a heart attack in IAF Central Control.
No, you can't do that. Look, I think that the overall objectives, I said at the outset of this event, which is, I heard these themes time and time again, and this goes back 4 or 5 years ago. I'm really happy that we've been able to stand up these task forces to integrate this in. I'm glad it's going to be working now into the committee structure of the organization, that it's found a home in a lot of these places. There's still a lot of work to do in all of these sectors, but it's part of the constant evolution of this organization and trying to keep it updated and relevant. I think the overall objective for me, people say, are you happy with what happened during your term? And I always think of it at, I was in scouting and then I worked at summer camps. I led hikes, and there's a thing about you want to leave a campsite better than when you got there. And that's how I think about just about every organization I'm a part of, is I want to leave it a better place than when I got there. So I think that thank you guys for helping us do that, to push the dialogue and the forward on these really, really important topics for the future of space. So thank you.
Thank you, Flavor. Send this
Thank
up.
you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Thank
Tom.
you.
Hello everyone, please take your seats. We're about to begin the next session called Earth Observation for Pacific Disaster Resilience, Synergizing Industry, Governments and NGOs. Please help me in welcoming Hamid Mehmood, United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, Scientific Affairs Officer.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome you all to this session on Earth Observation for Pacific Disaster Resilience. Since we have only 45 minutes, so I'll not go into details on how disasters are impacting Pacific. All of us know, we've seen reports, we have seen stats being shown during this Congress. So I'll skip that part. And what we'll try to do is that today we'll try to explore how space-based Earth observation combined with new innovations like geo-AI, digital twins, and then how these integrate with the partnerships can strengthen the number one, disaster preparedness, emergency response, and long-term resilience across the Pacific. This is again the three ingredients that everybody has been talking about in this Congress, that we need to get the disaster preparedness, emergency response, and long-term resilience in place for Pacific. I'll quickly introduce the panel. If you want to look at the detailed bios, they are up on the workshop website. So first we have Leila. She is the branch head of Digital Earth at Geoscience Australia, and she's leading the efforts to translate Earth observation into practical services for the Pacific. Then we have Seung-Soo Park. He is the Deputy Director, Lunar Lander Program, Space Science Exploration, Mission Directorate, CASA. Then we have Min-Sik Kim. He's the co-founder and vice president of NARA Space, delivering AI-driven analytics to enable rapid disaster response. Then we had Stuart Minchin. Stuart is the Director General of Pacific Community. He's serving 27 Pacific countries and territories. Then we have Futoshi-san. He is the Vice President and Director General at JAXA Space Technology Directorate, one of the world's leader in Earth observation missions and disaster applications. And thank you all for joining us. So this is how we have structured the panel. So we'll go around in the first round, we'll ask a scene setting question, and then we'll explore three themes. The first one will be tech and innovation, government and policy, and collaboration. But what I want to do in this session is that I want to keep it very collaborative. So maybe if I get a chance after every theme, I'll open the floor for questions. And then you can ask a question about the theme before we go to the next one. I do understand that we have only 45 minutes, so probably if we cannot cover everything, that we'll probably skip one of the themes. So I'll start with the scene setting question, and on a positive note, I'll try to start on a positive note and end on a positive note, and in between we can discuss everything and anything controversial. So each of you brings a very different perspective. There's government, there's industry, there's regional institutes, and then there's international space agencies. If I ask you to describe in 1 minute the single biggest opportunity you see for the Earth observation to transform digital resilience in the Pacific. Leila, starting from you.
Hello. Hi. Thank you so much, and it's really wonderful to be here with such a fantastic panel. So my perspective really comes from government, and in our program we look at Earth observations from the entire supply chain. I am lucky enough to look at the end user end and really driving that impact and value in one of the themes, and one of the themes is what we're focusing on today. I think the biggest opportunity we have as an Earth observation community in this space is actually outside of the Earth observation community, and that is integrations and partnerships outside of traditional Earth observation data programs and mechanisms. When we take the incredible value that Earth observations provide and integrate them with local knowledge, decision-making practices, programs that are already existing, ensure that they are really led and prioritised, efforts are led and prioritised by the leaders in the Pacific and the decision makers, I think we can really drive true impact and value in a really substantively targeted way. So I think that is exactly where we can find quick wins, opportunities in this space through integration and partnerships. Thank you.
Yes, I think for me the biggest opportunity is not so much in the analytics side, because we already know how to detect like fires and floods and everything. But I think the problem is on the data side delivery, data delivery. So too often when a disaster hits a region, then most often cases we do not have the satellite data to deliver to tackle the problem. So I think that's one of the main reasons that a CubeSat can be a valuable option for them. So I think that by increasing the revisit rate and making data more affordable, we can ensure that every Pacific nation has the timely and access to the imagery. And then when the data delivery is done, I think that we can talk about analytics that can help them to have better decision making. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Stuart?
I think everyone needs to understand that in the Pacific, there's a real lack of capacity because there's a lack of people, right? So the human capacity is not there in often cases to absorb the information or the services. When we come to a conference like this, we see thousands of different choices as to how things could help. And for a person sitting in an island in the Pacific who might be one or two people that are responsible for disaster management, they get completely overwhelmed by the choices and many things that are offered. So the most important thing is having something regular and operational that they know before the disaster how it's going to arrive to them after the disaster. So being fed with a whole bunch of new products that they've never experienced when the disaster is happening or after the disaster is actually pointless because they won't use it. They need to know the product that they're going to get and they need to be familiar with it before the disaster actually occurs.
Thank you. Park?
And thank you very much for having me here. And I think the biggest opportunity leveraging the Earth observation is to provide timely and localized and actionable information that supports communities before and during and after the disasters. For the Pacific, where climate change is making storms, sea level rise more severe, Earth observation can integrate satellite, ground, and community data to deliver early warnings and support rapid response. And by combining the regional partnerships with new technologies, such as data fusion and AI-driven analytics, we can ensure that the decision makers from government to regional institutions have the tools to act quickly and build long-term resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. Takiguchi-san?
Hello. Through my experience, it's essential to balance satellite development and operation with promoting data use. A collaboration approach is also key to turning information into decision-making and actions for disaster resilience. To achieve this, we need reliable, easy-to-use information. As a space agency, JAXA has provided satellite data and products based on our technology for local disaster response. And for example, GSMAP and AEST data provision from Central Asia is this approach. Simply providing the information open and free is not enough. What's important is that disaster management agencies understand and use space-based data. To make this possible, it is essential to promote capacity building and through collaboration among multiple stakeholders, including space agencies and private companies involved in Earth observation, as well as disaster management agencies and NGOs who use the information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I was taking notes and I'll just list out what I heard in terms of opportunities. There was mention of integration and partnerships, CubeSats or higher data density, capacity and knowledge in the Pacific, Then came information and partnerships, and the last one was collaboration, easy to use information, and capacity development. So these again are the common themes that you must have heard in other sessions as well. So I think there's an agreement on opportunity that there are 4 or 5 main things that we can do to make sure that there is, we can build the required resilience in Pacific. So we'll move towards the first theme of our discussion, that's the tech and innovation. I'll move back to JAXA. Takagishi-san, JAXA has pioneered satellite missions for decades now. Can you tell us a little bit more about the recent technologies or the Earth observation products that are making, I would say, the biggest difference for disaster preparedness, specifically in Pacific, and how it is being used or adopted in the Pacific countries?
Okay. It's essential to cooperate with disaster management and satellite provider and disaster management organization to create intelligence for action. It's essential to provide not only information but also intelligence for action. Yeah.
Thank you. So I hear is that when it comes to technology, there has to be information plus action. Minsik, moving to you. So we do understand that NARA is leveraging AI or GUI for super resolution and faster analytics. And how do you see AI transforming how we process and deliver the satellite data or Earth observation data for disaster resilience?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I truly believe that AI is transforming the way we process the data, but I think it's also affecting the way that we deliver it. So in our case, we use full resolution data to make the public data into more near commercial data. So in case of Sentinel-2, we enhance it up to 3.2 meter so that they can be used more for the collapse building detection and everything else. But I think since we are at the era of LLM, LLM is affecting a great way. And the one way that we collaborate with AWS is that we use LLM to not only to, when we get the request from the customers regarding the data, then we just recently we just put it to our AWS data LLM, and then when we used to process Azure manually, but LLM just take the data and just decide on how we process it, what kind of analytics we use to process it, so that we don't have to have any human in the loop. So that would vastly help us to tackle and deliver not only the data but also analytics with automation. So I think that's the next step that we are proceeding with AI technology. Thank you.
Thank you. So I heard the word LLM. That's, I would say, the new generation of AI. And this is where I would like to bring in the audience. We can do a vote, like show of hands. So the question is, do you trust the new generation of AI? And do you think it can help us address some of the challenges in Pacific more swiftly? If you agree with this, like, if you think that AI can really help us, please raise your hand. Okay, I think the yeas have it. So the majority does think that the AI can be helpful. Just to plug it in, so today USA launched their policy brief on responsible use of AI for Earth observation. Please do check it out. If we develop LLMs, but they do come with a responsibility that we need to make sure that they are fair, equitable, and then they don't exist as black boxes. Going back to the tech and innovation, Dr. Park, Korea is I think, leading in terms of space innovation in the Asia-Pacific region. How do you see the next generation satellites evolving to better support decision makers during crises, especially in Pacific?
Okay, I want to point out 3 things where next generation satellites are evolving. And first, geostationary satellites are becoming more capable. The Korea's GeoComSat series has expanded from basic weather to environmental monitoring and The upcoming GeoComSat 5, which will be launching in 2031, will improve resolution and add more spectral channel for real-time observation of storms and wildfires and air pollutions. Second, the LEO systems are shifting to the constellations. The Korea is developing a set of 11 small satellites called NeonSat that will revisit the peninsula 3 times a day, providing frequent high-resolution images to rapidly assess floods or landslides or damage. This near real-time capability ensures that the decision makers can act at greater speed and accuracy in the face of crisis. And the third one is satellites are integrating disaster-specific sensors and AI analytics, as Min-Sik said. And future GEO missions will carry wildfire cameras with finer resolution and ionospheric sensors to detect early earthquake signals, while AI platforms will automatically process raw data into usable products like flood maps and risk indicators. In short, the satellites are becoming more precise and more frequent and more tailored to crisis measures, turning EO into a real decision-making tool that saves time, resource, and lives. And thank you.
Thank you. So before we move to the next theme, I would want Pacific's take on it. Stuart, how does this sound to you, and is it enough, and does it align with the needs in the Pacific?
Yeah, thanks. So I get very excited about technical advances and opportunities and doing things better and doing things innovatively. However, what I think the Pacific actually needs is not 1,000 new ways of doing things. They need a regular service that they can rely upon on a daily basis or a weekly basis, that they know what exists. And this is what Geoscience Australia has done with Digital Earth Australia. We're trying to do this through Digital Earth Pacific, provide regular services, you know, the coastline change on a regular cadence, how mangroves, how healthy are the mangroves, where's the water, how is the depth of coastal water changing over time. If you can produce this regular service, then people in the downstream areas can actually assimilate that into their decision making. If we keep changing and saying, oh, here's a great new tool that you can use, they don't actually use it because they don't trust it. And this gets to the second bit, in deciding which products you provide, that has to be co-designed with the end users. Every product in Digital Earth Pacific, every product in Digital Earth Australia is co-designed with an end user who is actually going to use it for decision making. Right? So I get very excited by the new tech, but that new tech has to be integrated into regular products. If I could use an analogy, we all trust the weather report, right? The weather report continually has the weather forecasts continually incorporate new technologies to make the forecast better, but the fundamental product doesn't change because people know that, you know, tomorrow I need to know if it's going to rain or if it's going to be windy and what the temperature is going to be. That's the product, but we don't define those products very well in the Earth observation sphere. And we need to define those products, make those products regularly available so that people that are not remote sensing scientists and not Earth observational space people can actually access the information in a way that they can consume.
Thank you so much, and I think that's an excellent feedback, that any technology or any new innovation that is happening, it needs to be co-designed by the people who are going to use it and going to be impacted by it. I'll come to Digital Earth Australia, but one thing I forgot, if we can show the QR code for the Slido. So if you have any questions, please scan the QR code. Can we get the QR code, please? Anyways, it will show up over here. You can scan the QR code and then you can send us the questions. We are doing kind of okay-ish on time. We have 25 minutes, 2 themes, and around 10 minutes for questions. So please send in your questions and then we'll have a go at it. Moving on to the next theme, the leadership and policy. And I'll move to Leila. Mentioned that Digital Earth Australia was one of the product that really connected with the end user in Pacific. So what lessons from Australia's experience could be valuable for other governments in the room or representatives seeking to integrate Earth observation into actionable insights and decisions?
Thanks. I think you'll very quickly realise that Stuart and I will say similar things about this. We've both worked on digital Earths and we're very aligned in our thinking on this. For those that don't know, Digital Earth programs make Earth observation archives easily available and accessible openly and transparently. It also provides tools and services to enable people to utilise this data at all those various levels of expertise and integrate that data, support the integration of that data into the workflows of government, private sector and communities. What we also do, and Digital Earth Australia is a little bit ahead of Digital Earth Pacific. Stuart kind of has led the way. All credit to Stuart, is provide continental scale Earth analysis, environment analysis products that allows us to classify and both provide change detection for analysis for decision makers and predominantly in those regional and federal, state government levels, but also to users to have the snapshot of the environment, coastal change, health of the environment, land cover classification at their fingertips, even if they're not direct experts in that field. I think one of the greatest lessons we've learnt in Digital Earth Australia, and it's really, again, will be the theme of most of what I say during this panel, is that the greatest success comes from co-design and really having the end user at the core of what you're doing and how you deliver that service. One of our best tools, and then I'm happy to hand to Stuart to further expand on what's working in the Pacific. One of my favourite tools in Digital Earth Australia is Digital Earth Hotspots. That is a tool that enables anyone to see where there is a high potential of a bushfire and where bushfires are currently existing. This is a great tool. I don't know, in Australia, bushfires are incredibly significant events. You probably know that we've had quite significant events over the last 10 years from a national level. How we manage bushfires is at the regional level, local firefighters. We manage it at a state, land, environment management, emergency service level, and at a federal level also with our environmental management partners and our emergency service partners. This product has been developed across government with science agencies, CSIRO, universities to get the world-leading science in there, but also with our land management agencies and the people on the ground. And we continue to build, develop, tweak this product with those end users to make sure that we learn from their experience with it and continue to develop it. But that's definitely one of my favourite tools, and at the heart of it was the end user, and it is one of our most utilised and critical tools that Digital Earth Australia provides.
Thank you. And going back to what Stuart said about co-design, if you or Stuart can take this question, I just want the audience to know that co-design is not an easy process. So if you can share how much time, resources, or investment, whatever is shareable, it took to actually do that co-design or complete that co-design process.
Co-design and on a tool such as Digital Earth Hotspots is ongoing. Okay. We are on a journey. We're still learning. It's incredibly hard. especially when you're dealing with something where your experts are super technical and your policy end users might not be. I often hear, it's like, well, the end user doesn't know what they want. It's like, but the end user knows what question they're trying to answer, and that trying to find that bridge between technical and end user or policymaker, decision maker is difficult, and it takes time, and it is a continuous living process that you have to manage. Not an expert in it. I don't know anyone that's an expert in it, but accepting it's hard and everyone looking for that, the same end goal, and having the end user or end user centric design is incredibly important.
I might just add to that, I think the process of co-design is actually fundamentally a process of creating trust, right? So what you're doing in involving the end user in that process is validating what your technical tools are actually showing. You're building trust in the product. And if I could use an example, one of the products of Digital Earth Pacific that we have everywhere, for every rock, every atoll, every island in the Pacific now, is coastline change over the last 25 years. Everywhere I go in the Pacific and meet with the Pacific traditional owners of that land, they talk about the challenge they're facing with coastline change at the moment, with rising sea levels, erosion occurring. And when you actually test their traditional knowledge about this, you say, well, where is this a problem for you? Where have you noticed in your lived memory where there's change occurring? And they say, oh, well, it's at my home island, this. So we can actually zoom in and show them the product for their home island. And each time you can see their face light up, because suddenly what was anecdotal for them is there in front of them in evidence, and they can see that it matches their lived experience. And this builds trust every time. And now the Pacific has the ability to show the loss and damage that they're receiving from climate change in real time. They can show it, and they can show it over the last 25 years how things have been impacting. And this is hugely powerful to build that trust, but it takes time to do that. You've got to be willing to accept that your technical solution might not be right the first time and may have things that don't match reality. And then you need to sit down and be humble and work through reworking that product to make sure that it is valid and is validated everywhere. But the power, once you've got that, suddenly you've got trust, and it's a blending of the traditional knowledge in the region and the science capability that we're bringing to it. So.
Okay, so what I hear is that it's a very organic process, and we cannot put it in a box and package it and go like, okay, you just buy it and it will do everything for you.
And that it's hard, and it'll always be hard, and it'll never stop being hard, but it's important and it's worth it, and you get amazing, amazing results co-design.
Perfect. So again, around 15 minutes left, and I see the questions keep popping up on the iPad, so we need to make sure that we have enough time. I'll just move to the last theme, that's collaboration and scaling impact. Minsik, you have heard about co-design and creating trust. Keeping that in view, what is NARA Space vision for working with agencies like SPC, Geoscience Australia to make sure that the Earth observation is more accessible and affordable?
So thank you. So at first, I was planning to answer things like open data that everyone do, but by listening to Leila and Stuart, I was thinking that it may not be the problem of the data or science. I think it's more about the human interaction, so building trust. And actually listening to the people who are actually close to the end users will be more important. So in that way, I think it's better to start with not only just pushing the data to them. I think it's better to begin in communication with the players like geoscience and like people like Stuart, and then communicate them, and maybe hopefully we can get our meaningful action to the end users, actual end users, that help them to build trust. Thank you. Thank you for the great lesson.
Perfect. Okay, so we got really good questions, so I'm going to skip my part and we're going to move to the questions from the audience. So we got 15 minutes and we got, 8, 9 questions. I'll go through them, And if you feel that we need to skip that question, it's already been discussed, you don't want to contribute, just say next, and I'll move to the next one. The first question, all of them are anonymous. Okay. So it's more like a comment, but then again, if anybody of you wants to respond to that comment, it would be good. The first is, it's wonderful to see nations wanting to help Pacific. Where does Earth observation fit in the Pacific's overall set of priorities for disaster management assistance? Let's do it.
I'll have a go at this. So, look, this is very green fields still for the Pacific, the use of Earth observation. This Digital Earth Pacific is the first time that the countries really have been able to access Earth observation for decision-making in the region, because the capacity has not been there to actually work with the raw data and to transform it into useful information. So there's huge opportunity to build Earth observation products into many sectors in the Pacific and help the Pacific achieve the benefits that many of us are quite used to accessing, globally. So I think it's, it's wonderful that there's strong interest right now in the Pacific from a geopolitical perspective, but we need to translate that into really tangible and sensible approaches. As I said in the first intervention, sometimes in the Pacific you can get completely overwhelmed by offers of help. When the Tonga earthquake and eruption happened, the Tonga National Disaster Management Authority was completely swamped with wonderful offers of help from all around the world, but they didn't know how to even engage with that. So they actually used SBC to be the filter to work out how to actually pick the things that were going to be most useful and pass through to them. So what I would my plea to many of the countries who want to engage with the Pacific is to do that through the architecture that exists in the Pacific to help the countries already. So, for example, SPC was created to be the capability, the scientific capability on behalf of all of those countries. So going individually, bilaterally to each country, you won't get very good response, because there may be 2 people in that country who have GIS skills even, let alone Earth observation skills. Yeah. You're better off coming to us, and we help you, we hold your hand in engaging with the countries, because the capacity sits in the regional institutions in the Pacific, the scientific capacity to do this work. And we are governed by the countries. We don't do anything that the countries don't want us to do. Our whole job is to help the countries achieve things. But if you keep going to the individual countries, you won't get an effective response. It's very different to working in Africa or in Asia, where there's a lot of human capital, and capacity building means training people. If you've only got 2 people in your government that look after this stuff, you can train them as much as you want, but there's still only 2 people. So you need to actually go to where the capacity is, which is in the regional institutions.
Perfect. Anybody else wants to have a take? No? That was very comprehensive. Okay, moving on to the other question. This is to all the panel, but again, there's an option whoever wants to take this. What would be the biggest obstacle for government to practically make decisions and execute based on information from Earth observation data? The examples that they're giving is data's reliability, government process, budget. Let's start with Geoscience Australia, and then everybody can chip in, like, what is the biggest, or what's the bottleneck that you see in terms of government to practically make decisions?
Oh, that's a really good question. It goes to a lot of what Stuart has said, and I'll come at it a different way. I think if we look at one of the biggest challenges that the region faces is, and I'm really grateful for what you just said before, we are at risk of inundating with a lot of assistance, a lot of data, and throwing a lot of capability there in order, and just swamping them with the opportunity of Earth observation data. We need to make sure that it's targeted, that it's reliable, that what we are offering is actually usable and of use. And that starts from, really understanding what that end user need is. In terms of the capability and capacity blockers, I think they've really been articulated really concisely and well by Stuart already. It's a different environment. It's a group of nations. It's not one body. It's different processes. It's human capacity. It's varying challenges. It's actually a fast-changing environment as well. So, due to climate change and environmental changes that are happening at quite a rate. So I think there's multiple challenges, but in terms of the key one, Stuart lives and breathes this every day, so I will defer to him.
Minsik, your take?
I think I can leave the opportunity to other agencies to answer.
Okay. Dr. Park, whenever go. Okay, perfect. Okay. We can go to one more question. And Minsik, there's a question on AI, so I think we can ask you to take that one. The question goes like, speaking of trust and its importance to uptake, does the current race to deploy AI-generated insights present a very significant risk if you don't pay attention to quality? How are you ensuring quality in your LLMs and making sure that the insights are really reliable?
I think that's a great question. I think this is something that every AI company is struggling with. Even the very advanced one like OpenAI. I think the only way to ensure the responsibility is that we need to have an evaluation tool. That would be the basic baseline. But I think there would be also necessary for the some objective or evaluation panel that can screen and that can tell you that this is wrong. This is something is wrong about your technology. And as Stuart and Leila mentioned, I think that leads to the topic that we have discussed, like co-designing or any working with the actual end user would be the first path to pave the security and the reliability of the LLM. Yeah, so I think even though this is the era of AI, I think human should be in the center. Yeah.
I think that's critical that there should be always human in the loop policy. We need to make sure that the final output is reviewed by a human, and then it goes out to the public, especially if it's related to disasters. So there are a lot more questions, and what we can do is that maybe after the session you can reach out to the panel member and you can ask the question. We just got 7 minutes left, and I just want to finish again on a positive note. I'd like each of you to give us a short future vision, just in one sentence. Looking ahead 5 to 10 years, what does success look like for Earth observation in building Pacific disaster resilience? We can start from left to right.
Okay, I'd like to introduce our successful system, Synergizing. As for disaster management agencies, to use observation data in disaster data is not enough. Simply providing raw or calibrated data or validated data, not just information. We create to use easy to use information or intelligence. Yeah. So for this reason, Central Asia has been collaborating with the Asian Disaster Reduction Center (ADRC) to develop practical information sharing system and networking with disaster management agencies to support their operations. Yeah. Thanks to collaboration of such stakeholders, the members are now able to get timely and easy-to-use information, successfully to action. We are also seeing increasing participation from disaster management agencies as users, and Central Asia is run for 20 years success. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Park.
Yeah, one sentence for vision.
Okay. You can have more sentences. We still have 5 minutes, so if you...
I prepared one, so...
Okay.
Success means the Earth observation delivers trusted and real-time insights that foster collaboration across the Pacific and ultimately build stronger resilience. And by combining the open data and regional partnerships and new technologies, I think we can ensure that every community has the knowledge it needs to act quickly and in the face of disasters. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Stuart?
I think success means that disaster managers, decision makers in government actually don't know that they're using Earth observation. I want them to have access to a suite of products that help them manage the disaster and the recovery. Now, part of that may be coming from space imagery, part of it may be coming from in situ imagery, part of it may be coming from statistics and census. The products that they use every time a disaster hits just become part of their daily life, and they don't need to care that it's coming from satellite or from somewhere else. So Earth observation becomes invisible, right? But critical and absolutely built into their work every day.
Perfect. Minsik?
Yeah. I think I totally agree with what Stuart has just said. I was just planning to say something about like every villager has their phone and then use the data as a mobile app in the hand smartphone. But I think before that, I think that will take more than like 10 or 20 years, I think. So before that, I think it's better to define the success as, since Stuart mentioned, like there's only 2 or 3 people in the whole country to deal with the remote sensing. I think it's better if we define success, make it more like 10 or 20, and then helping them to have better understanding of the remote sensing analysis. And then I think we may move on to the invisible remote sensing data. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I want to build on what everyone else has said and apply a different lens to it, the government lens. I think in 5 to 10 years, success for the Pacific Island nations is that they are actively guiding how Earth observation is applied. They are identifying the priority areas, shaping data collection, and ensuring EO tools are tailored for local decision making, so that capacity development to really have those on the ground, the end user, lead the way. And it means that the governments in the Pacific is applicable to everywhere in the entire world, are equipped to access and interpret that data, integrate it with traditional knowledge, and use it to inform planning, disaster response, and climate adaptation.
Thank you, Leila. So I think I've been taking notes while you were discussing, and again, thank you so much for such a very rich discussion and insights. I think the key takeaway for me is that collaboration and co-design is the real multiplier. When industry, government, and regional organizations like Geoscience Australia, they come together, the Pacific gains more than the sum of its parts. And I think that's the critical thing that we need to figure out, that everybody needs to contribute. We are doing really good on time, so we cannot take any more questions. So we just got 1 minute left. I'll just think we can end. And then we'll have time for the audience to interact with the panel. I just want the audience to give a round of applause for the panel, as well as for Nara Space, Alexandra. She did a lot of hard work to make sure the panel was on board, and then hand out for Nara Space as well. We still have around 5 to 10 minutes before the next session starts, so please reach out to the panel. The questions that are left out, please come and talk to them in person. Thank you so much, everyone.
go to the next slide.
Yes.
This one is for going back, and this one is in case you need a pointer. You can leave it here or bring it there.
Great.
How do you want to do it? So we see.
Yeah.
And in the meantime,
But we have an hour now.
we have an hour, so don't worry. I can start when you are. I will introduce you. Then you will take the stage and you will introduce the speakers. Exactly. Perfect. And I will also introduce the slider person now. So I introduce it when at the introduction, but then during the session you want us to bring back the words. You just mention it and I'm there and I bring it up again. Okay? So you see the relevant notes.
Hello everyone, once again on behalf of the International Astronautical Federation, it's really a pleasure to have you all here for our last panel of the day called System Architecture and Realization, Key Success Competencies. It's a pleasure for us to invite on stage Heinz Towers, CEO of Space Associates, who will moderate the session and introduce all the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Martina, and great to have a few to this very last session of the day. I know this is tough because there's all kinds of parties awaiting you down in the exhibition site, etc., but we'll make it through. My function is just to say a few words at the very beginning, and I already did say or wanted to say welcome. That should be the first chart when it comes up. And what we're trying to do is tackle an issue which is very central to the way we do space projects. Project management, system engineering, system architecting are some of the core competencies for space, incidentally, not just for space, but for all complex industrial developments. And we run in a potential crisis. The crisis is there is not sufficient supply of experienced system engineers, system architects, and that's the reason why we are making this panel today, this plenary today. So we're trying to tackle this issue from all kinds of points of views, and let's have the first slide, which is supposed, I think, my background. You have it probably seen already, so we can skip it and go on to my first chart just to give you, well, if it works. What do these systems have in common? A mobile phone, a tractor, a washing machine. Where is it? It should be on the right-hand screen. I have seen it, but it's not there yet. The question is, simple things like a tractor or a mobile telephone or a car, an aircraft or a satellite, what are they characterized by? First thing, they all need multidisciplinary cooperation of specialists, system integrators and managers at equipment, subsystem, and system level to become valid. Most of them have become complex, interdependent, self-adapting, and particularly software-defined system of systems. And this may have some surprises for you that all of those, even simple washing machines, are today strongly driven by software, because the functionality, the interface to the users is mostly in all those systems determined by software, and that was not so the case 20 years ago. So, the background of this plenary is we had a first Systems Workforce Summit at a very high level with fantastic participants, and the focus then was on social, economic, industrial transformations, which we go through, and the critical functions that we're discussing this afternoon for space, for those kind of industries and products. The major outcome of the summit was that multidisciplinary system workforces are scarce, require development, and are crucial for these transformations in broader sense. Think of energy, think of transportation, think of any of those transformations which we're going through in Europe, in the US, in China, and everywhere else. So, the principal space life cycle phases are, we go through a phase 0, or we go through mission ideas, trying to figure these out as to exactly what's the best way to go to Pluto or to figure out a constellation in low Earth orbit. We then move into concept feasibility discussions, go through definition and detailed design implementation plans. Then we go do it. Where then does system architecting fit in? System architecting fits into the early phases. So the early phases, some of them say, are the early phases of the system engineering end-to-end life cycle. This is a definition question, and there's not everybody on the same line, but the key that we're trying to do on the technical side is develop a system end-to-end and define that at the early phases, which you see here in green. So, how will we run this plenary? We will have a number of short viewpoints, really short viewpoints from academia, from industry, from agencies, and the outcome of this session will be a call for action, because we'd like to create some action out of these discussions, out of this plenary today, and hopefully a call for action which will spread through the community, the space community, and be heard of, and will create some impact. That's the key to it. I pre-warn you here, this call for action will be on the tables here and there, and you will get a chance, if you agree, to sign it off as well, endorse it as you like. So, our first speaker is Professor Dr. Daniel Hastings from MIT. You have him full scale there, and please then join us up here.
So, thank you, Heinz. I'm going to speak as an academic and talk about what I see as some of the issues with, let's call it a current or modern view of system engineering, system architecture. But let me illustrate that by pointing out that, many people have now pointed out that we're in the third age of space, driven by a great many entrepreneurial efforts in space, and of course reduced launch costs, right? And what you see is the growth of large-scale space architectures, of which obviously Starlink is a prime example, but there are others on the books, where these are decentralized architectures and where the functions that they provide are not resident in a single satellite, but are actually spread within the system architecture itself. And they provide many powerful functions, to people. The second thing to note about them is that they're basically all flying computers. Now, unlike on the Earth, where the computers are stationary, they don't move. Here, they're all moving through each other, right? And so it really, really matters that they know where they are and they know how to communicate with the other computers that are around them, which points out that the issues of cybersecurity and robustness are just really, really important for these systems as well. The third thing to point out is that for reasons of national sovereignty, the idea that one nation, there's only going to be one nation which has these complex architectures is just a figment. I mean, China's already announced a whole set of constellations. Other countries will do the same thing. And that will occur for reasons of national sovereignty. So what's also important in terms of thinking about architecting, system architecting, is both the fact that you have to think about the computer science issues, you have to think about cybersecurity issues, and you have to think about the international issues associated with them, because since these systems all pass through each other, they better be talking to each other. Otherwise, what you end up with is something in space that will be catastrophic. So I'm going to argue that a modern development of system architecting has to take into account all of those things. System engineers, as traditionally defined, had better be talking to computer scientists, as traditionally defined, and to come up with a way to think about these, what are fundamentally moving cyber-physical systems with international components actually associated with them. And that is part of the future of what will matter for the space business.
Thank you, Dan. Our next contribution Our next contribution is from Emma Sparks. You can see her passion on this one, also her background. She is on vacation because it seems to be vacation in Australia at the moment. She sits in England at the moment, but she sent us a video, and can we have the video, please, right now?
It's my pleasure to be involved in this plenary session of the IAC Global Networking Forum. My name is Professor Emma Sparks. I'm the Rector and Dean at UNSW Canberra in Australia. I want to focus on the critical challenge facing our industry in terms of education and competency requirements for the future space systems workforce. As we navigate the complexities of modern space programs, it's evident that multidisciplinary system workforces are key to our success. These competencies are not only scarce, but also require continuous development to keep pace with technological advancements and market demands. Our space systems have evolved into complex, interdependent ecosystems, necessitating the integration of social, environmental, business, regulatory, engineering and technology competencies. To ensure the availability of skilled systems architects and engineers, we must focus on embedding a systems mindset from an early age and throughout someone's learning journey. There are many ways that this can be achieved which lay the foundation for early systems thinking. These interventions should be interdisciplinary and focused on problem-solving exercises. At the university level, system fundamentals should be taught across fields to generate foundational systems knowledge and team capabilities. These are not skills that are limited to engineering. These are the basis of the way in which people think about problems and ways to solve and resolve them. This also requires educators to receive periodic training to stay updated on recent developments in the field. Real-world problem-solving practices, such as capstone projects, are a wonderful route for acquiring systems competencies. These projects should be accompanied by periodic systems-level reviews conducted by experienced staff to address cross-cutting systems issues. Furthermore, practicing systems engineers must remain current on their competencies by adopting evolving technologies, tools, and system practices. Industry and government employers should encourage continued learning by offering opportunities to deepen or broaden employees' systems knowledge and experience. Systems careers often evolve from special disciplines to subsystems and systems integration competencies, eventually leading to roles such as system architect, chief engineer, or project manager. To ensure the availability of our future space systems workforce, a paradigm shift is needed in schools, universities, industry, and governments. This includes adapting curricula, generating additional postgraduate offerings, and implementing training concepts with priority. In summary, this call for action appeals to academia, industry, government agencies, and professional organisations to join forces and implement these recommendations. By doing so, we can ensure that space systems architecting and engineering workforce will be available to realise our future space ambitions. I very much look forward to the discussions today.
Thank you, Emma. Enjoy your holidays. We're now switching from academia to industry, and our first speaker is Chiara Pedersoli, who is the CEO of OHB Systems, the largest company within the OHB group. Chiara.
Thank you very much. I would like to give you a little bit of an overview of OHB and the way actually we have transitioned from being a startup at the beginning, 44 years ago, and then a subsystem equipment, subsystem supplier into a large system integrator for our customers. We have transitioned from really a very small company, 5 employees at the beginning, then 10, to what we are now. We're with about 1,600 engineers in Germany, between Bremen and Oberpfaffenhofen, close to Munich. How the journey has started, we had as one of our founders, Professor Manfred Fuchs, someone with a very clear vision. He was himself a system engineer with a lot of experience in exactly the phases that Professor Stöver has identified as the phases where really the real system engineering happens. He used to work in pre-development in his engineering life, and I think that this has really shaped the approach that is brought into the company, and we have been really profiting as an organization at the very beginning from this clear vision, from a clear goal and a target of wanting to become a lead system integrator in Germany. And this has been always the goal of OHB up until one day in the early 2000s, when we won a constellation for our German armies called SIAA, a radar constellation. And this has enabled then OHB to really develop consistently and concretely into a large system operator. And how we did this was really under the guidance of Professor Fuchs to start from the system architecture first. We had the luck with this first mission to be able to be responsible not only of the satellite part, but also of the ground segment, and have a big influence on the user segment as well. And this has allowed us at the very beginning to be able to have an end-to-end, the possibility to design an end-to-end architecture, and then from there to break it down into the different elements and to develop ourselves as an organization towards this goal. And this has brought us then to being in a position to develop then obviously other projects with Galileo, with MTG, and up to now where we won one of my heart projects, which is LISA. I hope that the other colleagues will not be upset, but I think it's an incredible mission. We are just at the beginning, but I'm really looking forward. And it's exactly this type of challenges and this DNA of the company, starting really for a very strong system engineering, which has allowed to become what we are now. Obviously, this since the times of SIAA, we have adapted our organization, and this is really key to be able to introduce system thinking also in an organization, to be able to position the system engineers and the subsystem architects very closely, in my opinion, to the engineering disciplines, in order to have a very direct exchange between the actual detail work and the work at system level. And this we have implemented through and through in our projects. And this, coupled to the improvement of our, let's say, technological infrastructure, and implementing then a specific enterprise architecture, digital engineering, and continuous learning, has allowed us to reach the level we've got now. As obviously the journey is not finished. We have a lot of challenges in front of us. I mean, I know the constellations are everywhere. I mean, for us, hopefully the first ones will come too, and this will be the next step. And we have also invested as a company, and we continue investing in continuous learning of our employees. We have now started, for instance, an internal course for chief engineers, and I think that investing as a company to maintain this type of thinking and to being able to bring it into all the projects and to reflect it in every decision that we take is going to be fundamental to keep growing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chiara. I can attest that from a subsystem supplier to a system company was a tough trajectory, but one that OHB has managed fantastically. Our next speaker is Paul Nielsen, Dr. Paul Nielsen, with the background which you see here. Paul, floor is yours.
Well, I have the slide, just to make sure, because it wasn't announced, I have the Slido system here for people that want to ask questions, but I don't know if they have the QRC code for that right now, but you can hold that for now. Okay, so yeah, so it's some wonderful things have already been said, and some of that was what I was going to say. But I will say, you know, the systems we build today are more complicated, more complex, and more connected than systems ever were in the past. That's where the frontier of a lot of our design is making them complex, complicated, and connected, especially that connected part. This is true of systems both in the big and the small. On the small side, NVIDIA's GPU is a very complex system. On the big side, Starlink is a constellation, is a major complicated system with lots of things going on there. And the global financial system too. I mean, you can think of almost everything from the small to the big. They have all these features now. Now, when we build these systems, as you know, sometimes there are faults, vulnerabilities, unintended actions, and emergent behavior. And sometimes it all comes together and it's just magic and everything works well. That's what we hope for each time, right? Now, many systems, perhaps almost all of them now, have become cyber-physical systems. A lot of functionality resides in the software, but the software can't do it all alone. It's got to sense stuff, it's got to act on things. So we have cyber-physical systems, and that's why software engineering and system engineering are so complementary now and so important for each other. Now, they have many similar concerns, but they're different origins, the different way they look at problems, and the evolution is actually an advantage for all of us because they can help each other, because they arose from different ways, they can highlight different features that each system needs to have. Some of the things that they worry about together are, architecture, as Heinz said, architecture. That's so important in both system and software engineering. But also model-based approaches, formalisms, security engineering, and the human interface and experience are really important in all these systems. Now, system engineering is strongly rooted in physical science and engineering. That's where they originated. But now so much functionality is in software that it has to include the software aspects of this too. And software engineering, at the same time, it also worries about complexity, modularity, open system kind of concepts, iterative development, integration and deployment, which is a real hot thing right now, AI, and the interaction with the physical world. So you see how these both complement each other as we go through. Now, space in particular can benefit from all of this. You know, in my era working on spacecraft, we didn't ever go up to fix things. Now we do sometimes, but you could always change the software. You can also change the ground software. So sometimes software allows us to continuously improve our systems, both on orbit and as a constellation, okay? That's something that we really need to think about. Also, with space systems, we often have to do, because of latency, because of the time of communications, we often have to have things done on board, okay? And on board, they don't have all the resources we might have on Earth or some other place. So edge computing and concepts in software engineering about looking at things on the edge with more limited computational power are very important as we go forward. Now, I'm going to close now by just saying we need to be mindful about all these issues. We need to be audacious in what we try to do in space. That's one of the fun things about space is we can be pretty audacious about what we do. And we also have to be humble in our current understanding of how to address these problems. But most importantly, I think, we need to think about, we need new technology, new processes and procedures, but especially we need to rely on each other as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. One message I have with my scars on my back is software needs to be there from the very first moment on the architecture side. And that was not the way we did it 10 or 20 years ago. Our next speaker is also on vacation, and she sent us a video. This is Kerry Lunny. She's a technical director in Thales, Australia. Very experienced system engineer, done a lot of projects successfully implemented. So she sent us a message, a video, and I hope we can have that video just right now.
everyone. Let's talk about large systems, that is systems of systems. When we have multiple independent systems, for example, space system, mission control system, the communications and tracking system, and the services and training systems, all need to work together in the formation of a space station. Each has its own owner, its own purpose, its own life cycle. Yet, collectively, they must deliver outcomes of a space station. Consider now the challenges to be tackled by systems architects and engineers. There is interdependence without control. No single authority directs all subsystems, making alignment difficult. There is often conflict and varying operational priorities between the overarching systems operations and the individual systems operations. There may be unexpected emergent behaviors. Sometimes they're breakthroughs, which is great, and sometimes they're failures. And there is constant evolution. While one system might be upgrading, other systems lag, creating mismatches, vulnerabilities, and technical debt. Now, if this is not enough, there is new frontiers of complexity. Engineering specialties are of increasing importance. Consider cybersecurity, safety, human factors, reliability, eco-design, to name a few. All need to collaborate with each other, even though they speak different languages. All want to be optimized, but at best they can only be balanced across the whole system of systems. Now, if that's not enough, consider the new enabling technologies, autonomy, AI, quantum computing, digital twins, simulation, and so forth. All are adding layers of unpredictability, dynamic interactions, and/or continuous situational changes. And if that's not enough, we have some organizational challenges. Contract boundaries often mean that each supplier only focuses on their system, even though true performance depends on those connections between these systems. And while industry pushes for agility, the contract structures and frameworks makes it extremely hard to respond and adapt quickly. This is where systems architects and engineers play a critical role. Key competencies are evolving. Continuous learning is essential, whether it's mastering new digital engineering tools, understanding AI-driven analytics, or integrating model-based approaches. Now I have created the stalactite skills model derived from the common T-based skill model. The difference here is that you need moderate to deep expertise across different engineering disciplines and technologies, typically 3 to 7, and largely those related to engineering specialties and those new enabling technologies for space-related systems. Systems engineers therefore must have the skills to connect the disciplines, bridge those boundaries, master those software-defined systems and digital technologies, and address engineering specialties, all while creating an environment where adaptation is possible. Acquiring such competencies requires continuous learning commitment across their career. On that note, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carrie, and again, enjoy your vacation. Now, we're shifting from academia, industry viewpoints to the viewpoint of government agencies. And I'd like to have Larry James, Lieutenant General, retired, to come up here. He's a famous man in many ways, like most of us. Larry.
Wow, okay. And let's see. Good afternoon, and again, it's a privilege to be here and talk about really, as we've all annotated and mentioned, that this is a complex problem that we have to deal with in this environment. Let's see if this works. So, you know, a lot of this is an example from my previous life at JPL. I highlight a Voyager spacecraft there, which many of you will probably recognize. Humanity's first interstellar spacecraft was launched in 1977. Think of the systems engineering they had back then. It was usually, let's go buy some extra aluminum foil at the hardware store and some tape and get this thing together and make it work. But the reality is, they've made it work. And it's still sending back data 48 years later, and an incredible mission for humanity. But fast forward a bit, and you've got this thing. This is the Perseverance rover, which we landed on Mars in January of 2021. And I wanted to use this as just really the highlight for complex systems engineering of complex systems. We've heard about, large constellations and how we architect those and put them all together, and that takes a lot of complex systems engineering to make sure the ground system, the comms, the computing, all that work together. The reality is, for something like a Perseverance rover, it's all packaged in there. Extremely complex, extremely demanding challenges across a variety of disciplines, frankly. Who thinks about the Perseverance rover and thinks about astrobiology? Well, we had to, because we had high planetary protection requirements levied on us that we could not take any sort of biocontaminants to Mars, because we didn't want to contaminate the surface of Mars, and someday we go there and say, oh, there's life here. Well, it's actually life from Earth that we transported there. So again, as I'm an aerospace engineer, and I wouldn't think about biosignatures on my hardware, but we had to think about that. Okay, a nice space system. Do we think about aerodynamics? Well, guess what? With a Perseverance rover, yes, because this thing is coming down on a parachute in an aeroshell at about Mach whatever, entering the Mars atmosphere. So we have to guide it into the atmosphere. So we've got aerodynamics we have to think about. We've got a supersonic parachute we have to think about. And how are we going to integrate all that into a package? And when we first proposed this concept of the sky crane to actually land this thing successfully on Mars, on Curiosity back a decade ago, literally the NASA administrator laughed at us. Says, what are you guys thinking? But it comes down to architecting correctly up front. And I know several of our panelists have talked about that, but when you have these complex systems, you really have to get it right at birth. And if you don't, you're going to create birth defects, which you're going to address 7 years later or 5 years later as you're developing the project, and it's much more difficult to deal with them then. So we have a whole process at JPL that really goes through that system architecture process. It brings all the disciplines together in a room. We just noodle on it for a week or two to say, okay, I'm going to do this, but that impacts over here. So having a very strong system architecting, integrated process up front as we deal with these dynamic and complex systems is really a must. We absolutely have to do that. The other piece I will just mention is, and I will go to the next slide, so we did successfully land on Mars. This is actually a selfie of the Perseverance rover using its mast with the camera on there to kind of look at the rover itself. But again, incredibly complex systems that have to work together on this vehicle. It's the mechanical system. We have to drive over unknown terrain. We have to have a system that will operate in that type of terrain. It's the sampling system, which was designed and by multiple scientists and principal investigators that all have to work together to address the mission requirements of Perseverance. You've got the scientists that are involved every day in terms of determining where we go next to take a sample. So you've got kind of the social engineering aspects of this thing that you have to put together. And I will tell you, scientists like to argue a lot, and many of them hate each other. And so, they're always fighting for their piece of the pie in terms of where are we going to go next, what are we going to sample next. So you really have to think about the social engineering components of this thing as well. And lastly, I'll end on software. I can give you a few examples where software ate our lunch. We actually had to delay a launch of the asteroid belt by a year because we couldn't get our act together on software. And so as we think about these complex systems, you have to bring the software folks together with the hardware folks together and make sure they are working together from the very beginning. And make sure, frankly, your project managers understand how to manage complex software systems, because I'll be honest, at least in my experience today, most project managers building these types of things come out of the hardware world. And frankly, they just allow someone else to think about software. They don't really deal with it very well, and it bites them in the butt many times. So again, all these things have to work together, whether it's a complex system of multiple spacecraft or whether it's an extremely complex system that's all integrated together. And these are the lessons certainly we've learned on the ground to make sure something like this works. So look forward to the comments and the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry. And we now have someone else who could not be here for particular reasons. This is Jean-Jacques Daudin. Jean-Jacques Daudin was ESA Director General, and he's still extremely active, but for certain reasons he cannot be there. He wanted me to read a few words to you, which give his conviction in that respect. They will be on the chart, so I will go relatively quickly through them. He says, the world is changing faster and faster through successive waves of breaking technologies and successive generations of people, driven by forces of interests, mutual and conflictual, economic interests at global level, community interests at regional level, and so forth. In that world, space has taken more and more essential role, collecting and distributing more and more data from and all over the world in quasi-real time, but less and less in isolation from other sources of data collected on ground, air, high atmosphere, etc., combining these data for global and local information. Space is therefore more and more just a part of the chain of successive systems, hardwares, and softwares tailored to each customer's needs and demands for governments and private users. Expertise is made of knowledge and experience fueling imagination and creativity. Knowledge is more and more with artificial intelligence, but the people is still the reason, the problem, and the solution at the same time. The reason, since all what we're doing as humans is to make life possible on planet Earth, and long term to make humanity sustainable. The problem, since the behavior of individual humans is quite opposite to the reality of a finite planet for all successive generations of humans. And they are the solution, because human brains are the only natural resources growing on planet Earth. So people is a solution, and he is very strongly in saying system thinking must be the basis of all education and practicing in the future to address the planet Earth and space as a system, humanity as a system of generations, and short-term and long-term as a system of time, public and private as a system of solutions, the world as a system, and so forth. So that's essentially his messages, and they're broad, philosophical, but they give us something to think about, and thinking of system even broader. Going on to the next speaker, I would like to invite now Dr. Dietmar Pilz, who is a director at the European Space Agency and director at the ESTEC, the technical heart of the European Space Agency. Dietmar.
So, thank you very much. Now I have a couple of problems. Number one, there was a lot of speakers before, so basically all what I wanted to say they already said. And number two, it's very late, and I try to tackle the second problem by being rather short. And maybe I start with what we just saw from Jean-Jacques Daudin, who was making a philosophical statement, and I can tell you the director that I'm working, the general director that I'm working right now for, and the member states right now, they are very practical, and they say deliver, deliver, deliver. And that's also what we bring to the system engineering team, and what makes the system engineering team so important, because they want us to deliver, and the huge number of programs, I think we have right now in the making of the 50, 55, 60 programs, very complex as we have seen them today, and we want to deliver them in time, in cost, And all of this through industry. That's a specific model of the European Space Agency. We do by default nothing ourselves. We always work with industry. Therefore, we have to focus on these early phases when we define the missions. As we heard before, when we look at the architecture with our system engineers and make clear that we have the right architecture, that we have the right requirements at the very beginning, and then throughout the phases of the entire project, when we work with industry, we need to understand what they're doing in order to be able to make decisions. Because that's one of the major parts of our system engineers, of course, at the project leader level then at some point, but the system engineers, they need to be able to make that proposal to the project manager whether we can go ahead with one area or we cannot go ahead. And this needs a lot of knowledge in the different areas of the systems, on software, on hardware, on system of systems, or what we call end-to-end system engineerings. Therefore, we have also our program on System Engineering Academy. We have a career path to have more system engineers. That's the only way how we can deliver these huge number of projects that our member states and our current Director General is expecting from us. I wanted to give one specific example. That's what Heinz asked me for, where I think this preparation phase and the system engineering was done very successful. And of course, I chose one, since we have Chiara here, that's basic both of our hearts. It's Hera, which was delivered on time last year, 7th October launched. And at the same time, it was actually not only in budget, but below budget. How was this possible? I talked to the team. I was not there. And of course, you know, there's a lot about discussion, teamwork, come together, work together. But there was also a long and excellent preparatory phase where all of the architecture was designed, all of the design was mature, and could go through the actual execution phase together with industry. The team had the models, the team knew what they want to do, and there was lots of problems as in any project, but when you are there, you can make the decisions, you can make the right decisions, and then cut corners, go forward, reach the target, be in time, deliver, deliver, deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dietmar. The message was very clear, I think. Our last speaker now, next slide, please, is Professor Stefan Schlechtriem. He represents the DLR, which is a research establishment with many, many different fields and lots of systems work. Stefan.
Heinz, thanks a lot for the introduction. Yes, hello. Dear audience, everything has been said. Wolfgang mentioned it. So basically I can go, but I would like to use the time to make some commercials for Lampolshausen and for system engineering and project management. I got addicted to project management 30 years ago. I'm 65, so with 35 I joined Rolls-Royce and they told me what to do. Actually, it was a manager von Kuhnheim who came up with the 3 Series and 5 Series BMWs, and he told us what he expects from us. And finally, he saved BMW with these nice cars, and I really carefully listened to him. But first of all, I think, who is here from Sydney? Congratulations for the city of Sydney. What a fantastic system, and you have managed to install a tap-and-go system which has direct access to my bank account, and it costs only $1, and most likely we are using satellites which were all brought up by you. Unfortunately, you have access to my bank account, but it's only $1, so I will not even charge DLR for this expense. So great stuff. I'm really happy to be here in Sydney, really great. I wanted to add a couple of things in project management, and one is the management of interfaces. First of all, and Wolfgang has said that, yes, we need a specification, and the chief engineer should actually make sure that all the youngsters he has to take on board say, this is the specification, and if we want to convince somebody else, we have to talk to our stakeholders when we change a specification. When you change a specification, it takes longer, yeah, and it costs more. So a chief engineer and a project leader is there to be really strict and is able to communicate with his stakeholders. Regarding interfaces, we all talk to each other, and the conference is a project also, and we want to establish a long-lasting partnership. And how can we do that? By managing interfaces. And interfaces are still, although we have KI, I'm going to tell something about it, are managed by people. So therefore, you need to think of who you get on your team. And we in DLR Lampolshausen got extremely lucky. We got somebody from Australia, graduated in Adelaide, and decided to come to Lampolshausen. By now, we have, I think, at least 4 or 5 or 6 Australians working for us. Some of them go back, of course, to Sydney. Maybe I come back to Sydney also when I retire. What a nice city. And yeah, he's in the room, Justin Hardy. Justin, can you stand up? Justin Hardy is our department manager. He gives lectures in Melbourne. So whenever you have a problem and you want to have an interface with us, contact him. And now I tell you, and Justin is a much better communicator than myself when it comes to English. But now what I wanted to say is, we in DLR Lampolshausen, and please come to us. We are, I think, Europe's biggest test facility to test rocket engines which use liquid fuels. Ariane 6, thank God, flew a year from now. Took a little bit long, yeah, because of some changes maybe. But I tell you, we can be faster in the future, and we have shown it internally. This is our biggest success, and Justin was a big part of it. We have decided, when you want to go fast, do it yourself. Similar to SpaceX, by the way, yeah, because when you can do things and you decide to do it by yourself, then you can go fast. We came up with the so-called Lumen project. You have seen it on many presentations here. We combined everything: turbo pumps, combustion system development. Justin, for example, is a specialist to handle combustion instabilities, which is really vital when it comes to the design, production, and operation of rocket engines. And rocket engines are still the reason for many failures, so really have to get it right at some point. We have our own engine. At the moment, it's not a flight engine. It's an engine which we can afford. We can operate it by using artificial intelligence or better machine learning, and this will make us much faster. So a handful of people managed within 2 years to operate an engine, and believe me, first we used it for the design to create, for example, a cooling system which worked right from the start all the way to a control system. And when you see how the control system is able to operate an engine, you're going to be very optimistic for future projects. So just to keep it short, everything has been said anyway. It's about interface management. Keep the specification safe. Do as much as you can in-house. Think really if you have to outsource it or if you can afford it to do it yourself. And by the end, it's all about the people. Once you have a team that can operate and do the stuff, let them go and do the job. You create fantastic people, and then you can hope that everybody gets addicted, and when the project is over, is optimistic enough to enter the next project. Thanks for listening.
Well, you've heard now a lot of pieces of advice from people who've done it and who've got a few scars. How I'd like to summarize is, if a project has good systems engineering, systems architecting, it usually is fairly successful within time, specifications, etc. If it is not, it is often in trouble. That's my life experience and some of the scars I have on my back. Now, we've come to the end of the interventions from academic point of view, from the point of view of industry, from the point of view of agencies. And what I told you, we want to have a call for action. I cannot go through this call for action in detail because we don't have the time for that. What you see is that, well, you should see it in a moment, there is a set of needs and context. You've heard these points made by the one or most all of our presenters. System architecting design, that the early phases are crucial, I think, is a message which has come through from practically every one of our speakers, and that acquiring system architecting, system engineering competencies is a lifelong story. And the problem is it cannot be taught at universities at the first level because universities are usually vertically oriented, but there is a change ongoing in various universities to create broader system engineering platforms across various faculties and give their students more multidisciplinary backgrounds from which they can grow into, with industries, into systems engineering, systems architecting competencies. The usual way to do that is to start in a specialization, understand a specialization, whether that's propulsion, as Flechtrim has said, or whether that's telecommunication, or whether it's thermal, or whether it's digital advances for data management, doesn't matter. Understanding one discipline in certain depth and then growing from there according to the T model, acquiring other competencies as you go along, eventually having sufficient understanding of the cross issues to become a system engineer and eventually a system architect. That's it. If that's not enough, you become a chief engineer or a CTO, but you have the basis broad enough to understand various disciplines, eventually also coupled with some business acumen, etc., etc. So, this is the call for action. There is a table back there where there's a few copies of it. I don't want you to take these copies along. Some of them are here. We will now sign it officially, all of us here on the panel. And any of you who'd like to sign it, there is on the last page a possibility to put your name down and your signature if you like. And we'd appreciate that if you feel that you want to do that. With that, I would like to call my colleagues one by one up front for us to sign it one by one. And that's the ceremony that we have to close out this session. So, Dan, you start. Emma cannot, but I have her authority to.
So, under the name.
Yeah, just sign it where your name is.
Okay. Make sure there's not a check in here. Right?
Well.
You can have the pen. Coming up.
Let's just do that.
Here we go.
Paul. speakers are here. If you have questions, just come on up, and we will stay for as long as it takes to answer all of your questions.